Hey, Braven. It's funny you say that, Mike Romano. I did exactly what I said I was going to do. I turned off all the lights, wandered into my room, my living room, which is where my bed is, and just laid down, and I passed out. Which is very rare for me. I'm not, I have trouble sleeping without medicine, in general. And I usually, even when I nap, what I'm actually doing is resting for a period of time. Imagine my surprise when my mother woke me up about 2 hours later with a random text. Color me shocked. I am not good, but I am better. The pain has gone down substantially. I want to talk about pain really quick, if that's okay, because there's this concept called tiers. Most people do 1 to 10 when it comes to pain. I usually think of it in terms of categories because it's me and I'm stupid. Now, the only categories that really matter are the ones down at the bottom. The worst kind of pain, is what I call debilitating pain. I have only experienced debilitating pain a few times in my life, but all of them have been revolving around the kidney issues that some of you are familiar with I had several years ago. Debilitating pain is when you can't walk. When you are in such a massive amount of horrific pain, you actually physically cannot operate. That's debilitating pain. My sister having to literally carry me to the car, or the nurse rushing out to get me a wheelchair to pull me in, that's debilitating pain. There's nothing below that. There's nothing worse than that. However, one step up from that is another category which I have given the banal title of distracting pain, which probably doesn't sound all that bad. But distracting pain is when you are in so much pain that you are having trouble operating. You can still talk, kind of. You can still walk, kind of. But your thoughts don't really string together properly, right? I noticed I was in distracting. I noticed I was in distracting pain when I realized that the QA bot was running and grabbing questions, and I just kept missing it and losing it because I just couldn't think that straight. So I'm glad we got through the 1.0 stuff. But it was bad. Now, I'm not saying this for sympathy. Quite the contrary, actually. I feel very bad about this. And so what I want to do is apologize very much. I am sorry, everyone, for my failure on this matter and for costing you about an hour and a half to 2 hours of stream time that could have happened because I just couldn't operate. I haven't had a migraine like that in quite a while. That was really bad. It was I can tell you there's a combination thing. Laying down has helped, otherwise I wouldn't be here, to be blunt. Like I said, I guess you missed it. I was down for about 2 hours solid. To say I'm better would be inaccurate. Well, no, to say I'm good would be inaccurate. To say I'm better is accurate. I'm very sorry I rubbed those tall. I'll stop apologizing immediately. Now, some people ask some questions with the QA bot, because that's how it works, and that's what the QA bot is there for. Oh yeah, migraines, real migraines suck. I've heard some people refer to headaches as migraines. No. I could die a happy man if I could just get rid of migraines for everyone forever, because no one should ever have to experience a real migraine. Anyways, so here White Noise did ask a question. She says, I know Metroidvanias do the whole multiple zones with different rules and backgrounds, but does this game get dinged for how nonsense, disconnected, and dissonant the zones are next to each other? So that is the same kind of thing we review in general. In fact, one of the earliest things I was thinking about in regards to is actually WoW, because WoW's zones sometimes have a logic to them, and then sometimes they do not. But we call that visual continuity, and it is something we will be discussing as we go through this. Nameless Baron asked, what is one failed MMO that should have been a success? Earth and Beyond. It was the first MMO where you played your ship rather than a person. Later, EVE Online and Star Trek Online and a few other games would do something like that. But Earth and Beyond was a fascinating story with some fascinating concepts and some cool ideas that they could have really gone with. You know how we talked about the crafting system in this game? It was possible to be a full-time crafter in Earth and Beyond, and that's actually kind of awesome. And that was also one of the first games that did that too. Walker says, does this establish a precedent that if any game gets a massive overhaul to make it significantly better, it'll give it positive reviews, or is it just the MMOs? So that kind of varies. That precedent, however, has already existed with regards to Walker's question, because we have already did something semi-similar with No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky at launch versus No Man's Sky at now might as well be two different games, right? We do have a concept for that, and it's called a finale run. And if we ever go back over a game like that, the new state of the game will overwrite the old state of the game. So that's an already existing precedent. One moment, please. My throat isn't completely better. Dr. Winter says, one of Tor's strongest points were the class stories. They give a feel of rising strength, importance, and variety. Does this, some do this better or worse? Is there a similar feeling in this game? So, there are class quests in this game. They're not the same thing as Tor class quests, because let's be honest, Tor class quests are the MSQ of Tor, right? Like straight one-to-one. The Sith Warrior arc in Tor is the main story quest of the Sith Warrior over in Tor, right? And the planetary primary stuff, that's the background stuff. So here in this game, the MSQ absolutely qualifies for that similar feeling, vibe, personality, and tone to it. The MSQ is probably one of the better cases of story arcs in the entire game. As it should be, it's the main story quest. Pernet Android asks, is our starting based on a class or race, or is it all the same? The class you pick at the beginning decides which town you start at, and that's not and it starts the initial story arc you'll be starting on. Like we played a Arcanist or Thermitage, or whatever the hell we're playing, and as a consequence, we'll be starting in Limsa Lominsa. We'll be starting something else, probably Lancer or Archer, when we get to Gridania, and that'll allow us to do Gridania. And we'll, of course, be playing my Uldanian, which I believe was Gladiator originally, and that's how we'll go through that. Now, Rax is correct. There are some class quests that are very good. There's also some class quests that are very bad. We will be judging those individually as we go through them. I'm going to pause and answering questions for a second to say thank you, scruffy looking, very much, as always. I suppose you know the question, but either way, thank you. Also got a new viewer. Hi. I guess you're not a new viewer, you're a lurker or something, but hey! Thank you for the kind thoughts and for the kind words. I do appreciate them very much. You remember when Yoshi P was so apologetic about having to push back Endwalker? You remember that? You remember when he felt terrible about it? He almost came to tears. You remember that? I felt for him so much in that moment, because that's me. I feel so bad for not doing as good as I can, and I apologize. That's why I apologize. So I hope what little pittance I manage is at least acceptable. Delete some of these questions here. Sorry, I'm going to be trying to open up my nostrils a few times. I've noticed that keeping those valves open very much helps reduce the pain, probably because of pressure-related issues, so if you hear me go that, I apologize. I'll try to remember to mute myself when I do it, but that's why I'm doing that, is I'm specifically trying to keep those valves open to keep the pain down. Thank you for reminding me, Jordan. Hey, it's Clyde. Hi. I think it's Jordan. Well, I mean, you are a Magister, but thank you, Pesnator. I will put that towards Star Trek Online. Another MMO I'm actually very much looking forward to reviewing. Oh no, it is better, Mike Cromano. That's the problem. Very much so. I don't know if you remember. See you around. Kid us know. Enjoy the 1.0 discussion. It's about 90 minutes. The problem is I am actually now more vulnerable to sinus illness than I ever have been before. So that's part of why this pressure was causing me so much pain, was because I have already started, it's been months since I've gotten my nose surgery. I've gotten acclimated to being able to breathe through my nose. Suddenly not being able to, pressure, pressure, pain. So this is something I knew was going to happen. It's not like I'm vulnerable. It'd be more accurate to say I'm now being affected by these kind of illnesses the same way other normal people are. It's a better way to phrase that. But that's just how that is now. It's the consequence. All right. We do have one last question. This is relevant for the review. FM Aylward says, is using the in-game macro system to create a customizable menu on the HUD worth considering as a positive? Thank you, Rex. I think we nailed the 1.0 thing. I spent a lot of research and time researching and working for that, so I think we did a good job of really explaining not just how bad things were, but how much better they got, which is the whole point. The ARR miracle. So, macros to create a customizable menu. I can only presume you're talking about something I'm not sure. Oh, I love that hair, Braven. Look at that. Here. No, stop moving, stop moving. Ah! I lost her! She's gone. I want to show off that hair. Stop moving! There we go. You can kind of see the hair. That is a lovely color. Anyways, so you do the, what's that called? Nesting, I think? Nesting macros? Now, I don't actually do nesting macros, so I'm not sure how that works exactly. Rax, if you want to pop in on that and explain it a little. We will have to discuss how they approach macros, because, so once again, using other MMOs as a basis, I would say that the macros in this game are actually not all that great, because what they are is they're just straight up line commands, which have a built-in delay to them, which can cause some issues, and yada yada. By contrast, other MMOs, which I'm not going to name, but at least two other MMOs I can think of right now, have a different macro system. So I have a few jillion macros. You can't see any of them, of course, because I'm on the wrong character. Oh, this is almost full on my other character. But the other, I was going to show you an example. Like, Rax could probably explain this better than I, but I know that there's a built-in delay because of the fact that it's not actually sending commands, it's sending a text script, which itself is then interpreted as a command, which is a critical difference, and changes exactly how the game interprets it, adds that built-in delay, and means that macros in this game effectively can't do certain things that macros can do in other games. Now, that makes sense, because the only way to make true command macros is to give out understanding of the API, and whether or not you want to do that, that's a choice, right? That's not a good or a bad thing. That's opening up your game to a degree of vulnerability, because you're literally giving players options to integrate with the game itself. I'm just going to go and say it. World of Warcraft has been doing this for quite some time, because World of Warcraft has the time and money to police that, is really what that boils down to. It's also part of why WoW spends a decent amount of its monthly work on people whose only job it is to not only update the API to make sure they catch any loopholes or exploits, but to also keep the community up to date for those changes and how things are altered and different. So, nevertheless, what I'm feeling right now, so after all of that discussion, here's what I'm thinking. I'm leaning towards a single positive for macros in this game, because you can do a decent amount of stuff at it, but you are limited. That's kind of where I'm generally leaning towards. I sincerely doubt we would give a negative for macros in this game. That's just ridiculous. But you get the general idea. So I'll jot that down as a question mark for right now. And we can debate that a little bit more as we go forwards. Either way, definitely at least one positive. I agree with that. Absolutely. If nothing else, macros mean options, and you know I am hugely in favor of player options. Always have been, always will be. So, let's go ahead and get Carbuncle out. Carbuncle, let's get this out of the way. Carbuncle is adorbs. Try to see if I can get a good picture of this little guy here. I think I can. I'd probably have to G-pose. Oh, Briglin's punching me. Carbuncle is just absolutely adorable. Yeah, the character limit is something that kind of irritates me. Alex Korbianiki kind of irritates me. Oh, right. So, speaking of distracting pain... God, I'm so stupid. You notice I actually got rid of the thanks bar. That's because I meant to update it to include the people who funded, you know, the run we're currently doing. And then I was in a distracting amount of pain. So give me one moment, because I do need to say my shoutouts and gratitude to the people who funded this run. I'm going to say shoutouts to each expansion, because for those of you not aware, this run was expanded, it was funded on a per expansion basis, because each expansion is, in every way that matters, its own game in terms of funding, in terms of time and duration and content. So, the people who funded this one are, let me get some names here. Let me just type all these up first. Yeah, chaining macros is one thing some other MMOs do. Calling macros. You can effectively do programming with some games macros. Like, you can just run scripts upon scripts upon scripts and nest them in each other. You can do some really cool stuff in some MMOs. Yeah, exactly, Rex. Like I said, it's not bad per se. It's a decision. I'm pretty sure they could allow that if they wanted to. They just don't, and I get it. So I do want to say shoutouts and thank yous to Mr. Red, Team Zack Attack, Frieza, 2000, Chaotic Danny, Catabo, Raximus, Pillars of Snow, Martin, Fife Nuhu, Ultima Cloud 7, Eclectic Oak, Bragwin, Gingaman Prime, Spartan J42, the woman who put this on the books, which is Giga Pudding, and our majority shareholder by, like, whatever 1,000 divided by 1,100 is, who put an inordinate amount of money towards this run. Emperor Valerian, thank you, all of you, for keeping this going, for allowing me to do this block. This is something I've been wanting to do for a long time. I really hope everyone is going to enjoy the FF14 block as a whole. Alright. So, let's go. Oh, I love that dress. So, is that the Amon? Or not Amon. The dude from Crystal Tower dress? Well, I actually had that happen just a minute ago, Colin Pelusa. In fact, I still have the scarring from it on my knee. So I hope you recover smoothly and swiftly. It is Amon. I was right. I was right. And yeah, it suits, right? Like, doesn't that look weird? It certainly looks better than that person dancing back there. Alright, so, right. MSQ, so let's do this. Let's do the Limsa arc. As you can see, the 20 character limit, 20 unit limit has certainly been raised a bit. Now, I mentioned we debate doodads as we go. I will admit some areas have better doodad placement than others. This is a good example of it. But even this, I think, is not actually all that great, all things being considered. Wait until we get to some later places like Ul'dah. So if you remember when we left off before I had to go lay down and collapse for 2 hours, we were introducing ourselves around town. As I mentioned, each major town has a figure out how this place works kind of a thing. So this is our escort, not escort, this is our tourist quest. So this is where the marketplace is. You can buy stuff from NPCs. That's strange. We brought him a gift. It says Octant by the Navigator. I must have left it in the winch, along with a week's pay and several bells worth of intoxicated memories. There you go. Enjoy. I don't understand the question, Von Falkenstein. If you mind clarifying, I will answer you. I am most grateful to have this back. This tool is a keepsake from my days as a ship captain, you see. Needless to say, the good deed must be repaid, and what better recompense than the wisdom of a master merchant? If it is simple and sturdy equipment you seek, look no further than the east and west arms of the Hawker's Alley. This is true. You can actually buy vendor gear that is... It's not great, but it is serviceable in FF14. This is actually important. Because in FF14, I'm sorry to pause here, you don't have character customization in the strictest sense of the word. Now, this is fine. There's no dings for this. But effectively, all you really have in order to power yourself up are your equipment. Straight, linear, horizontal leveling. So, being able to buy equipment to fill in holes, being able to use tombstones, which was something they added very late in 1.0, to be able to buy equipment, being able to go through and get drops, getting your weekly turn-in stuff, all of that stuff. All of that gives you your different tiers. Of course, there's also crafting, and then there's high-quality crafting. So you've got like a pretty clear tier of equipment, and it does follow the fairly usual eye-level tiering that most equipment does in most games, whether they show it or not. So generally speaking, you can always tell when a piece of gear is better for you, and generally speaking, if it's a higher item level than what you have, it's probably better as long as it's for your class. We will discuss the differences between, it's like fencer and, I don't remember all the words. There's a term, I actually like this, it's something this game does well. There'll always be blanks, combat of whatever, to indicate if it's tank, or agility-based, or strength-based melee, or, you know, if it's caster, or if it's healer gear, and that's how you could go down the list. And I actually like that. It's just, you always know what that gear is supposed to be for. Because you can equip whatever, except for the ones that have equipment limitations. That's it. Fending, maiming, and striking were the three I couldn't think of. And then you have healing and casting as well. Real quick, I just noted that Alex is being awesome. So, and he's putting it towards Paradise Killer. I'm still not going to bow. I'm still not feeling very well, but I'm very thankful. As always, Alex Korbianiki. Always. Thank you. Oh yeah, and scouting. I always forget about ninja. Because I hate ninja. Ah, that's not true. That's not true. Black mage is much worse. There's also slaying. I don't remember what slaying is. Is that the strength one? So striking... Oh, I thought maiming was the strength one. I will admit there is a problem this game has. And it's hard to explain because I don't know what words to use. What it boils down to is FML were giving me entirely too much money. What it boils down to... I'll come back to that. It's a little bit too esoteric how you do some things in this game. How you get certain pieces of gear, how you advance certain side events or activities. There's a little bit of what I would normally refer to as walkthrough-itis in this game. Having the wiki up is extraordinarily helpful. Now, this is not the only MMO with this problem, but let's just say that there are several times when you just kind of have to do this in order to get something done properly. You know what I mean? So we'll have to debate that as we go, too. I don't think any of that applies now, though. That's more late game or end game. Yeah, there's some guy dang it going on with this game. So, thank you, FM Aylward, very much. I will debate it, because there is one mount I like and I love and I use, and that is my mount. I'll show it to you once we get there. I'm not sure if I really want to use another mount, but I'll think about it. I'll think about it. If you want to put that towards something else, please let me know. So, come on, game. There we go. So, as he is telling us, this is... Sorry, I meant to kind of diverge this here. The whole point of me bringing that all up is because that vendor, who's on the screen right now, she's in the background, you can actually buy feasible gear. You can actually gear yourself with just straight-up gil from straight-up vendors. Call me weirdo, I do actually like that. Believe it or not, this is, to my knowledge, the only MMO that has that as an option. All the other MMOs, the vendor gear is either garbage, and I do mean just junk, or stops at a certain level, or is, you know, tombstone style gear, which isn't really vendor gear in the strictest sense of the words. So, interesting approach there. And yeah, it's a gap filler. That's how it tends to work out. So, here's where we talk about all the vendors. This is the vendor area. Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, it's not great gear. It is, in fact, some of the worst gear in the game. But it is something, and it does get better, and, I mean, it is worthwhile, especially if you're crafting. Speaking as someone who raised all my crafting over the last year up to max, a lot of that was built off of the backs of vendor gear. And of course, once you first get to Foundation, you can buy the 60 gear, which is actually worth a damn, and you can do the same thing and a couple other, but you get the idea, you get the idea. So, it is something, it is a good hole filler, it is a good idea. He's describing everything I just talked about. Oh yeah, we mentioned this game has skippable cutscenes. There is one really big exception to that. But we'll get there later. Come with me, Carbuncle. Let's see here. Oh, I can't even mount right now. Right, so we need to talk about something that some people like and some people dislike. Count me firmly in the dislike category. You have to unlock things in this game. I know what you're thinking. So? No, you're not listening to me. You have to unlock everything in this game. Like, you can't even access the... Oh God, what's it called? The hunt log. There we go. You can't even... I don't even have the hunting log right now. I don't have the sightseeing log. I can't craft. I can't mount. I can't do anything. I can't do anything. All of this stuff is stuff that I have to unlock through the MSQ. So to answer Mike Romano's question, no. Because I'm not describing myself properly if you think that other MMOs have this. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, this game is alt unfriendly. Now, that's okay because you can do everything on one character. But if you want another character, sucks to be you. So it's kind of... What that's probably going to devolve into is a plus and a minus for kind of the same thing. Plus for being able to do everything on one character. Minus for being... For the extensive amount of unlocking that is required. Because holy shkamoli. Anyways, welcome to the Arcana Skill. Here we develop the field of Arcanima. Arcanima is the science of employing arcane geometries, intricate patterns that map the unlocked mysteries of existence to draw forth and manipulate the body's etheric energies. Yes, I did, Alex, and that does have a category, animation on the story axis, and it's certainly something we're going to see a lot of. If I'm not mistaken, you already possess some rudimentary understanding. Shall I deepen your knowledge of our history as well? The roots of Arcanima can be traced back to the esoteric calculations practiced by the people of the South Sea Isles. It was these island folk that first discovered a method to express natural phenomena in mathematical terms. Building on this process, the existing mathematical formulae were further developed into arcane geometries, precise patterns, that allowed a practitioner to weave ether into specific magical effects. The mages who invoked this new form of magic became known as arcanists, and the school of Arcanima was born. Many such mages, wishing to expand their understanding of the world, took to the seas aboard trading vessels. Upon their arrival in Limsa, Lominsa, the arcanists found themselves welcomed into the academic elite, and soon secured positions in the realm of governance and council. The knowledge of the arcanist, however, is traditionally passed on from master to chosen disciple. As such, Admiral Merylweeb... Merylweeb? You know, I don't remember how to pronounce her name. It'd be that or a sage, Jordan. Became concerned, or a tank, became concerned that this exclusionary practice would lead to the extinction of the art. So at the Admiral's orders, an official Arcanist Guild was established and funding provided for research and training. The complex and demanding nature of Arcanima, however, remains the greatest threat to its own future. If you would continue your study of this challenging disciple, I must insist you indicate your commitment to joining the guild. Hey, there it is. There's our first blue quest. I'm going to pause, because we got 2 subs in the middle of that. One from Indiana Joe. Thank you very, very much. If you know what you want to put that towards, please let me know. And we got one from Scruffy Looking. Thank you again, as always. If you know where you want to put that towards the homeworld block, let me know as well. Yeah, I know, right? These people are just over there just making a thing. Hey, back off, back off. I'm in line. So, yellow quests... so, you got it. Thank you, Scruffy Looking. There are roughly 4 types of quests. Now, there's actually some provisos and some asterisks to that, as there always are. I'll put that towards Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Thank you again, Indiana Joe. So, generally speaking, there are 3 quests you care about when you're playing through the game normally. There's your MSQ. You've already seen those. You've already seen how they work. You can see them on the minimap. They've got the little, like, meteor outline on the thing, so you know that's a main story quest. There's your yellow quest. You can actually see some, like, right there and right there. Those are the junk quests, to say that as nicely as I possibly can. And then you have blue quests. You can see it right there. It's over her head. See it? Blue quests are worthwhile quests. Generally speaking, the piece of advice that I give to everyone who plays this game is do all blue quests, every single one of them. Now, some of them unlock really little things, like the ability to change your appearance is a blue quest, or accessing a specific savage raid is a blue quest. And sometimes it's just like a 5-second affair, but this is the unlocks we were referencing earlier. Also, generally speaking, blue quests tend to be worthwhile in terms of meat. The class quests are blue quests, almost all the raid quests are blue quests, etc. So, blue quests, good. We'll, of course, not be doing that quest, because we're going to do that later. But first, I want to show off something. I gotta be completely honest, I was legitimately thinking that this would be a negative until they updated it with the most recent expansion. Yep, I know how this works, thank you. So, hey, let's get rid of the tutorial. There we go. So this used to be, crap, to put this as bluntly as I can. You would get a, that was weird. Anyways, you would get a thing where it's like, hey, where do you want to go? And you'd get the list, and you get the name, and the names are colorful, like Hawker's Alley or Fisherman's Guild, but not necessarily indicative. I'm aware. I don't see a pop-up anywhere. Unless it's just... whatever. Point being... So not only is this having the actual map, where if you click that, it'll tell you exactly where it is, a great addition, but you can actually just click the map now. Like this. Now, of course, I can't, because I haven't unlocked it, but you get the idea, right? So, ergo, this has been made substantially better than it used to be, and this has now been moved up to being a good feature as opposed to a bad one. And no, as to mean, as usual, while we keep into account historical context, we are always reviewing the game as it is now, with only a couple of provisos therein. So, that is not going to be a negative. As I've said before, I've heard several people argue that the unlock system is good. I will never agree with that. I cannot possibly agree with that. But that's partially because I don't like being railroaded in what I can or can't do. Which is exactly what the unlock system means. Speaking as someone who has leveled several characters well past the point at which I can do stuff, but I can't do those things because I haven't done those quests, because I can't do those quests, and so forth and so on. It also causes some other issues, such as who can access what dungeons and what raids, because virtually every dungeon and raid in the game is an unlock. And yeah, being able to glamour is an unlock, being able to die is an unlock. Now, that being said, we can argue whether or not it's a negative. That's a debatable, obviously. But I'm never going to give it a positive. I am Suntimal. I know, right, Rex? One of the Yellow Jackets tasked with keeping peace in the city. It is also my charge to provide guidance with the use of this design. Fear not, I'll be brief. This is how this works. It's worth noting aetheryte crystals are in lore, not just in gameplay. Several times we will actually use these kind of devices to literally teleport from one direction to another. There are limitations to how they function and how they operate. We'll cover those more later. But For the moment, all you need to know is that that is something that is actually a lore aspect, unlike, for example, the Hearthstones in WoW, which, while Hearthstones do exist in WoW, they're extraordinarily rare to the point where they've only cropped up in the story like 3 times ever. As opposed to literally anybody being able to get one from an innkeeper, you know? So, and that's a trend, by the way. Do keep that in mind. FF14 has a really strong habit of trying to explain everything in lore. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is debatable. I do think they come up with some interesting explanations sometimes for example, what's an ultimate raid? Well, it's a guy exaggerating a story about the actual raid encounter, you know, and stuff like that. Oh my god, please stop donating. I can't bow. I can't even talk properly. Thank you, Scruffy Looking. I will put that towards Homeworld. And thank you, Eclectic. Very much. I will put that towards Okami. And hang on. So we've got Okami, Heaven's Vault, and Stargate. Streamations. How do we keep respawning? That's actually funny. Because while there is such a thing as respawning in lore, for the most part, actually we don't in this game. That's just hysterical to think about to me, because respawning in WoW actually does have a lore explanation, whereas it kind of doesn't in this game. I say kind of because we'll get there. Thank you, Nimi. I will put that towards Dealer's Choice. So, Scion asks a valid question. Is the massive amount of gameplay and story integration a plus or a negative? I mean, honestly, it's probably a plus, but the truth is I don't know right now. I can't actually judge that because I'm not sure. I will nevertheless jot down a question mark on that right now. And we'll debate it as we go. Okay, so blah 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 blah. This is how the teleport's about. These are waypoints, as we've already discussed. We have unlocked the ability to hearth to our chosen aetheryte. That ability, that's cool. We'll probably never actually use that. Where are we going? This way, I believe. Yes, this game has nothing to do with any other FF in any way that you need to worry about. They really get active when they're running, don't they? It's okay. It's better than the Elizon run, which I actually dislike. Oh, I'll die. Don't worry. I will die. But first, turn some stuff in. I stand by my statement, if I'm Aylward. This game has nothing to do with any other FF in any way that matters. So, this is the city. Everything's cool. Oh, wow. I'm too low level to continue the MSQ. That's confusing. What's the default armory button? Yeah, I don't know where my buffs are, but I don't seem to see anything that would be a buff. So, there we go. Right, okay, hang on. Something I meant to do, and, well, I had a migraine, so we'll do this manually. Yeah, we have to go do our class quest, which is fine. God, there's so much red! Let's unlock this, just in case we need it. Yeah, go away. We do not have a hunting log. That is an unlock! As so many other things are. There it is. Yes, that's nice. You're very adorable. We'll see more of you in Gridania. What am I looking for? Is that it? That's it. No, that's not it. That's the lunar whale. I don't care. Is that it? Yep, that's the one. So let's delete Palom here. Oh, I can't. Oh, wow. There we go. We'll do that. There we go. So let's go do the first class quest. I wasn't planning to do it on this character, but apparently we have to. That's fine. What is that? Ah. By the way, you can also double-click the menu, too. So you can double-click the menu, you can click select, you can double-click the map. It's just so much more convenient than it used to be. Actually, we don't have Physic yet. We have Ruin. So, you know. So yes, I've decided to join you. Due to the extraordinary circumstances, we cannot join because the Guildmaster isn't here. But there's this other person who will be able to induct us into the guild. Hi. Allow me to expound upon its nature. Arcana taps into the living energies of Aether. Pause. So, I'm going to say something that I've actually said before, but I stand by this firmly, especially after analysis. World of Warcraft is a science fiction story. Final Fantasy XIV is a fantasy story. The distinction is vague and hard to define, but it boils down to the nature of how it builds and constructs its world. Magic in WoW is a science that is something that is understood and advanced alongside technology. They literally have mechs and suits and all sorts of other stuff over in WoW. Spaceflight is a thing. Planets operate like planets do. It's effectively another world, but for all intents and purposes, if you were to be dropped into Warcraft right now, you could learn magic in Warcraft, because that's just a science thing. It's just something you can understand, right? But Final Fantasy is a fantasy world. If you were dropped into Final Fantasy, there's actually a fairly good chance you would not be able to learn magic in FF14. Because, ignoring the Force comparison, which is a good example of that, Reximus, the more important part is you, the real-life you, are not made of ether. Everything in FF14 is made up of ether. Now, this is something we will discuss more as we go through it, but that is a fundamental truth of the setting you have to understand. Everything is constructed at its bare bones level of magic. There are different types of magic, this magic can be expressed in different ways, and that leads to things like cloth and clothes and stone and fire and blah, 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 right? Yeah, we'd be Garleans, exactly. That's exactly right. It is so fundamental to the setting, and that kind of changes a lot of things, because anything that affects ether affects everything. So let's make... So, yeah, exactly. You're not made of atoms in FF14 like you are. Over in Warcraft, you're made of ether. You're made of magic. And I bring that up because that fundamental baseline is something that changes a lot of things, and it's something you always want to keep in mind when it comes to the lore of Final Fantasy XIV. So, Arcana taps into the living energies of ether. Sorry, I'm going to bounce around between how I pronounce that. In my mind, that should be pronounced Aether. But they say it in-game as ether, so occasionally I'll correct myself, and occasionally I won't. Whatever. The evidence of this is represented most aptly, perhaps, in our ability to manifest the arcane entity of Carbuncle, and the manner of magic which this ethereal ally employs at our command. The core of the discipline, however, is found in the pursuit of definitive solutions to potential quandary. Even on the field of battle, especially on the field of battle, this principle takes precedence. If one wishes to make certain the question of victory, one must apply the most effective strategy. An arcanist is measured by his ability to calmly analyze a situation from moment to moment and respond with the most appropriate spell at hand. The study of Arcanima will test your mental faculties to the point of perplexity. Are you prepared to reason your way through predicament after predicament? Are you prepared to reason? Nah. In an ambiguous response, the kind I prefer. Let us now see if the clarity of your words is matched by the sharpness of your mind. Go kill these enemies. You got it. So we're going to find out how combat works. Now, I'm going to go ahead and be honest. When I first played this game... Sorry, let me walk that back. When I first played ARR, I was not overly impressed with the combat of this game. Now, in my defense, I went straight from Pandaria to this, so don't judge me too harshly. But the combat in FF14 is very deliberate. And it is it suffers from a problem an inordinate amount of games do, especially RPGs. This is something that I've talked about in several RPG discussions that we've had. Usually an RPG will either have a taste of power or something to mitigate early game dullness, because otherwise what you have is Kingdom Hearts 1. Now, I like to use that as an example, because at the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 1, you have the swing and the ability to jump, and that's kind of it. One second. I'm going to lower, right? Yep, I'm going to lower. I'm right. I think it's this way. Hang on, let me double check that. No, that's western. How do I get to lower? I don't remember how to get to lower from here. Screw it. We'll do it this way. Now, that being said, and this is something that I will champion, the overwhelming majority... I agree with that, Rex. The overwhelming majority of classes pretty much get good at 50. Some of them get good at 70. So, for example, Reaper. I love Reaper, right? Reaper actually kind of sucks at 50. It's missing several key mechanics and components. But, nevertheless, when you hit 50 or 70 on most classes, that's when the class becomes its actual class. That's when you actually have some feasibility to do stuff, and that's when you can actually start enjoying the combat a little bit more. Okay, so don't worry, you won't hear that on every other character because I have that turned off. But this is what combat's going to sound like for a minute. I suppose I can actually find out how to turn that off. Hang on. Character? Nope. System? There we go. Sounds. Where is it? Is it a character? I thought it was a character. Help me find this option, please, because I don't remember where it is. UI, maybe? As mentioned before, there's actually a lot of options in this game, and finding them sucks. What I'm actually thinking is we should probably give a plus and a negative to this feature, because there is a huge amount of settings, and it's awesome. It's a good thing. But finding a specific option is a thing, and honestly, sometimes they're not even particularly well labeled. Yeah, I know I have this on in my other character, because that, right? Character, maybe? Let's try character. Nope. Help! I honestly, maybe it was over here. Hang on, let's try over here. No. Well, anyways, thank you, Noel, for distracting me. How is this game played by yourself? Ah, that is a wonderful question. Allow me to go ahead and say that my biggest complaint about this game, by an enormous margin, of all the complaints I have about FF14, the biggest complaint is how anti-co-op it is. This is a single-player RPG where occasionally you can go play with your friends, and that irritates the crap out of me. And if you know what you want to put that towards, Noel, please let me know. Okay, target. Hang on, that was up here. It's a log setting. Okay, hang on. It's log, general, display. There it is. See if that fixes it. Did not fix. Maybe it... Hang on. I didn't see it, Pillars of Snow. I'm sorry. Unless you're just making this up and lying to me. I know it. But I really am not... There it is! For the seizure mouths. What? Anyways, I will put that towards Sonic Adventure. Especially when I'm feeling this bad. This is a good day to check me. Thank you for watching my show, Pillars of Snow. Slog, general. Ah, there it is. Still not fixing it. Maybe it's this one? Okay, one second. 1 second. Now, I usually play this game muted, so it's possible there's just no getting rid of that, and that just sucks. We'll debate that as we go. Well, I hope so, Scion. We're doing all of them, so we'll debate them as we go through. I actually didn't miss that, Alex. I was hoping he would notice, but he didn't. Sadness. That's okay. I will simply have to kill him horribly. Stab. Wait, hang on. That's a new one. Let's update the HUD while we're getting updated, because we've actually been jotting down some stuff already here. Oh god, we're already up to 10, Jesus. And up to 2 on the negative axis. We're going to have to skip them because I don't really have a good answer for that Inami Shao. So we're just skipping the ones I've already done. Oh, that actually got rid of it. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but something very important just happened. And I mean that with sincerity. Did you catch it? You notice I didn't have to right-click anything to loot. Auto-loot settings for everything other than chests is an awesome system, in my legitimate opinion, and is definitely plus-worthy. It is literally getting rid of seconds and minutes, because one of the most common ways that these type of games tend to drag out things and slow them down is to make it so you have to stop, right-click, and move forward. MMOs have been... Well, I don't even see it, Alex. What are you talking about? Where is it? Where is it? I've lost my train of thought. MMOs have been slowly trying to get better about this kind of stuff over the years. Lotro kind of started inventing a way where you can auto-loot, but only in certain zones, only for certain enemies, because they had to use a custom script on the enemy to make it happen. Hey, look, a Fate. We'll talk about this later, don't worry. WoW introduced AoE looting. Tor has the loot pillars and AoE looting, etc., etc. We will be playing Elden Ring when we are done with FF14, Pika, whenever that may be. Oh, yes, I should talk about this. So, here's our map, right? There's labels, stuff we can do, yada, yada. But down there we see a Fate, that's blue. And down there we have orange, that's our quests we have tracked. Now, this isn't really something that's going to come up right now, but eventually we're going to have to discuss whether or not the quest tracker is a negative or not. It's not a bad quest tracker. I mean, I've seen worse. But it can only track 5 things at a time. And that sucks. That sucks when you're doing dailies. That sucks when you're doing all the quests in a zone, which we will be doing later. And that sucks when you have multiple things going on at the same time. That sucks. So, yeah. We'll debate that when we actually get into that. But that is something that I don't consider it good, at the very least. Now, you're probably wondering why I'm bothering to just walk here. The main reason I'm going and walking is I'm just trying to demonstrate what FF14 1.0 was like, except worse than this in every way. If you think this is bad, like, quadruple it, and also have no indicators of where you're going. However, make of this what you will. You'll notice that there's none of the... Now we have a heal. None of the latency issues we were talking about earlier. Let's move that over to 7, which is where that goes. Pyro suggests if possible. I see what you mean. That does sound very aggregate worthy, doesn't it? Because it's not a big deal, really. How much money do I have? Should be on the screen. So there it is, 210. Should be okay. Can I not warp right now? What's the skills button? I know I've returned. I actually don't have the travel. Wow. Wow. Unlocking stuff. Oh, I can just warp over there. Jump. It's okay, I can jump now. I see the creatures beyond the city walls posed to you little threat. Yeah. It is with great pleasure that I formally recognize your initiation into the guild. You are now an Arcanist. I suggest you continue your forays and kill things. Here's the hunting log. The way the hunting log works is it's there to help push through early level stuff, right? Which is right here. So you complete the hunting log thing, and you kill them, you kill 3 of X of Y or Z or whatever, that gives you a just chunk of X. You notice it only goes up to, I believe, 40 as the highest level. It's also arguably not really worthwhile doing past effectively 20 or so, I'd say. That's in personal experience. Don't call that actually writ. Either way, what this is actually a cool way to get you bonus experience. It's a way to smooth over the early levels, which otherwise can go by pretty slowly, as we've demonstrated already, given how long it took me to do that one little quest just now. I mean, isn't that an outfit of the game? Also, I probably should have pointed out that, you know, this game does use yellow mobs hardly at all, but aggro radius is pretty small, and leash radius is minuscule in FF14. So for those of you who don't know what that means, aggro radius is obvious. That's when it aggroes you. That's when it's like, hey, I'm going to kill you. Bonk, bonk, bonk. But leash radius. So let's say I aggro this little person right here. Bam! They're like, hey, come here. And I run off. Leash radius varies, but generally speaking, about here-ish, they would already have given up and gone back. That's when they leash and reset. They lose aggro to you, and the enemy goes and resets its status and its health, as if the combat never happened. That's leashing. Now, that's actually a good thing. That's there as a convenience feature in order to prevent people from having trains of any kind. It can be a little irritating because of the fact that sometimes you really want to grab a whole bunch of stuff in one bundle, and you have to do it in a relatively small area because, you know, they leash pretty quickly. I have no idea, scruffy looking. I've never actually been free to play in this game. Did you know this game has a free trial? Yada 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 meme. Still in Limsa, how'd you fancy a trip outside the city walls? I'd like to visit an orchard, Summerford Farms. Ever heard of the place? The owner, Stalewern, is an old mate of mine. He's got himself a crew of mostly reformed pirates, if you can believe that. They've been trying to bring a bit of life back to the fields after the calamity ruined the soil. He'd mentioned needing another or two, and your name sprang to mind. I give you a glowing recommendation, so make sure you work hard and impress him. You need directions? Take the gate out of the city, follow the road northeast. So we actually get directions, which is important, in case we're playing without stuff being on. Listen, we don't talk about Boja. We will never... we will talk about Boja. We'll get there. We'll get there. Right. We will arguably not be talking about Eureka. Because Eureka is one of those places that we will not be covering on the review. Because it's just kind of not really feasible to do so. Like, it's not. It's technically possible, but it's not practically possible. No, I've done bigger than this, Nordic Swish. Just once, but I have. Listen, as much as I love spending weeks on camera, hours per day, grinding my face off. Ah, here we go. This is something I want to show up. Go away. So you see that little symbol over that thing's head right there? This is actually some good interface indicator, HUD indicator, what do you want to call that? So you look at that and you say, well, that's weird. That means that's one of our hunting log enemies. So I love those little indicators. We've already seen one for quests. We actually saw that earlier when we were doing the main quest. The class quest, excuse me. So simply knowing that is helpful to tell you what you need to kill and why, rather than having to constantly refer to the thing. However, it's actually even cooler than that. Check this out. So if I was to look at this, I know it says it somewhere. Yeah, there it is. It tells you, if you mouse over the enemy, it tells you which zone it's in, Middle Noskea, and it tells you the subzone it's in, Zephyr Drift. So we're like, okay, well, it's in middle and it's in Zephyr Drift. Where's Zephyr Drift? It's just right over here. There's the Zephyr Gate. This is the Zephyr Drift. Here. They're around here. Cool. Really basic stuff, but that's actually good information in-game, which is good. This game has its own little guide dang it problems, but it's actually pretty easy on new players with little things like this. We are going to go and do a couple of these just to get us a little bit of buffer X, just in case we need it, because we do need to be doing Sastasha I'm pretty sure, for the intro thing. And I'll get to do that as a DPS. Or as whatever, since we'll be prefabbing it. But, you know. You also get a notification saying when you have your next class quest or MSQ unlock. There's one in the middle of the screen, also in the upper left. It tells you there as well. Scruffy looking, you're just trying to kill me, aren't you? Is it after Sastasha? Or is Sastasha after it? I guess it'd be better for you to phrase that. We'll figure it out. I know when they merge. I actually know the exact quest when the quests merge, so... Looking forward to that. So in this game, this has the same concept as yellow mobs that I've been talking about several times. But here, you see that little symbol next to their name, the little blue-looking symbol right there? That means those are yellow mobs. Those mobs, yes, Rax. We're applicable. That's the goal, not the promise. That means those are yellow mobs. Yellow mobs do not aggro you until you aggro them. Now, while I'm running here, what's the default auto-run button? Does anybody know? It's not that. R. That's okay. While we're running here, let's go ahead and see some questions. So what do we got here? We have Zach Taft asking, what makes it bad AI negative? And it varies, but it would have to be a game where the AI is actively stupid or cheaty or badly designed, something thereof. So that would be a bad AI negative. Trihexia says, can you put 100k into escrow? Does nobody want to trade with a Trihexia? Like, some people have donated recently. I'd prefer not to do escrow. I don't like doing escrow. It adds a unnecessary layer of paperwork. But if anybody wants to trade right now with Trihexia, you could be like, ooh, that could be awesome. When Falcon says, will I properly show off the intro to ARR? Okay, that's a very confusing question. Is that not what I am doing right now? This is a new character. Doing ARR. To start with. Question mark. Trihexia says, just finished watching a Reloaded Trek videos. If not for Ducat, would another administrative killed most of the play? Yes, absolutely. For much as Ducat as a horribly evil person, and he is, let's be clear about that. The fact of the matter is, he was probably one of the least evil people for the job, which is messed up. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no, yeah, sorry. That is something I've considered. I wanted to make sure I got all my names and numbers right earlier in the week. That'll be something that happens later. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. Let's talk to this person. Hey, what's up? English. All English for most all. So you must be the adventurer. Lominsa, wasn't it? Yes, it was a terrible, terrible thing. You honored his words. That's a good start. I'm Staleworm, the old bastard, as he likely described me, and this is my humble orchard. A good number of the lads and lasses working here once terrorized the high seas, and if you're wondering why I employed these scrags, well, they used to crew my pirate ship. But the calamity did for our ship like it did so many others, and I was a sore wounded into the bargain. I had to feed myself and my crew somehow, and Admiral Merrowib's initiative got us landlocked buccaneers working the fields. That seemed like an offer too good to refuse. So hang on, I will put Trihexia's thing. Spell. Towards Paradise Killer. And thank you for watching my show, Trihexia. Turns out you can take the pirate from the seas, but you can't take the sea from the pirate. A lot of my blokes just never took to tendon soil. And unfortunately, the botanist I called in to train him have been wringing their hands in black despair. With so much work piling up, I need a tougher soul to step in where it's needed. Sure, none of this matters. I'll take the gear. Although, hang on. So we're talking about tooltips. So these tooltips are actually decently informative. I would actually argue these are not very well designed, because the information is just kind of shotgunned onto there, right? We've got the type of equipment it is, we've got the icon, we've got the name, we've got how many of you got, we've got the defense, the magic defense, who can equip it, its level, what it's currently died to, what its stats give, whether or not it has materia slots, whether it's tradable, whether it's unique, whether it's auctionable, its condition, its bond, its repair level. the materials it takes to repair it, whether it can be quick repaired, whether it can be extractable, projectable, or desynthesizable, and its sell price and its buy price. It's just, yeah, it's just, gong! It's all the info. You learn to figure it out. You learn to know what to look for, but I gotta be real. I have spent some time learning what these tooltips are and where I'm looking for what with regards to these. Oh yeah, there's also the item level, which is right there in the middle too, which is also important. Yeah, there's a lot of just gong. And again, I would prefer this over FF14 1.0, which I remind you had none of this crap. Remember, I talked about that. No info in-game. So it's very clear that the reason they gave all the info in-game was specifically as a reaction to that. And I'd rather have all than none. I'm just going to be real. And sure, do one more scruffy looking. Are these all going to homeworld? Wait, what? The trance gauge unlocked? Oh, wow. That's really early on for that. So I've only played a summoner at like 80, so... The new summoner, I should say. Okay, so hang on. Oh, geez. Yeah, okay, we'll just go that. I have a mind to set you a task, Lominsa, but before I do, we need to make sure you're properly kitted out. Pirates don't like to parley with dandies, you understand. It might be that they have traded their cutlasses for coultiers, but they're still rogues at heart. Go get some gear. Oh god, I forgot this quest even existed. Okay, that might actually be problematic. Well, the good news is we can go buy some vendor gear. The bad news is we have 200 gil. I honestly forgot about this. Could someone drop some gil on me really quickly so I could just go buy some vendor gear and get on with it? Oh, hey, Alex. I didn't even see you here. What level is this thing? Item level 430, apparently. How much that counts. I mean, listen. You got it, scruffy looking. Thank you again. As always. And I gotta go see what Alex donated in just a moment. Yeah, generally speaking, you'll see me take gold option in new quests. When we get to Endwalker... What? Oh, Jesus. Alex apparently donated 50,000 gil. Yeah, you gonna put that gil towards anything, Alex? Thank you. Alright, so... hang on. So what we're gonna do... I swear I'm more organized than this. I'm just a little bit out of it. Please forgive me. We're doing this a little bit on the fly here. There's a lot to cover, and we're kind of doing it in our own fashion, rather than in a very specific and regimental fashion. So this is going to be a little bit more loosey-goosey than the WoW lore run was, for example. We will not be showing off any of the beast tribes, except for 2. There will be 2 beast tribes we're showing off. Yeah, you could give us gear. I mean, I could craft myself gear if I really cared. But no, what I really wanted to do... I mean, I could also... So this is a good time to show up the auction house. So, this is not the worst auction house I've ever seen. It suffers from the same problem that most things in this game do. It's kind of menu-driven, and there's kind of a clunkiness to it. Nevertheless, despite the clunkiness of the menu, the options on display are actually quite excellent. You can search via category. It's categorized by housing, by consumables, by armor, and by weapons. Each one of these you can click. It'll tell you everything that's available for the level that you put in, like, for example, level 1 or level 6, for example. And yes, you can equip all of this stuff at level 6. It's mostly cosmetic stuff. But there's also a way to change how you're sorting. And this is actually a really cool feature. You see that on the right? That number right next to it? Like, say, like the Makote vest? That shows you how many of those are currently available for sale. And you can do something like this. Oh, hang on, let's pick something that's actually there. There we go. And there's the actual prices. It tells you whether it's high quality or not, if it has material or not, the price they're asking, how many are being sold, the total price, because the price on the left is actually per unit, and the price on the right is the total. And it tells you which retainer and which faction they are in regards to selling it. And yes, as I say, you can also check the price history. which tells you how many of these transactions have gone through recently to give you a specifics on whether or not you're getting gypped or not. And, of course, you've got an advanced serve option, which shows you a couple other things like materia, sets, and, of course, what you want, how it goes. So, what I'm trying to say here is that this is actually a fairly extensive auction house, but is still a little bit awkward to use. So what I'm thinking here is 1 positive to the auction house, maybe 2, but definitely not 3. I have seen better auction houses. Thoughts? We could do 1 negative, 1 positive, because, yeah, that is basically the wash at that point. That is absolutely an option. This, as with so many other things in FF14, the market board kind of boils down to you get used to it, you know? You just kind of figure out how to navigate it. One of my personal favorite irritations is I want to see... So hang on, let's reset. I want to see level 2 hands. Well, I don't know if you can see what's happening here, but I can't click the level. I am incapable of filtering by level first. What I have to do is I have to click hands, then click 2, then change it down. It's just a tiny irritation, but I can't tell you how many times I've had to do that exact same pattern when I'm looking for a piece of gear for, you know, an alt class or one of my retainers. It's like, oh. Okay. Yeah, I don't even want to know how a controller for the auction house works. That just sounds awful. Anyways, that's the auction board. So I'm hearing several people say we should give 2 pluses and a negative. I'm definitely down for at least 1 plus and a negative. I'm going too far. Not do that. You're a mage. And let me go look up Alex's donation, because I still haven't actually looked at it. Thank you very much. As always, Alex. And I will go ahead and jot that down for Winx Club. I still have some questions. We'll get to those in a minute. So, I'm hearing some consensus, plus and negative. I mean, that is neutral, Tirani. Plus and negative. Alright. That's great. Alright, so what do we got here? What's my quest? I actually don't remember. Hang on. We need to have head, body, legs, hands, feet. No belts? That's strange. Sorry. Dumb joke. We'll talk about retainers in a minute. I'm not even going to touch retainers until we get to my main. Okay, so what's funny is this is not very well sorted. There's actually a better sorted inventory from vendors later, which, again, we'll talk about when we get there. Let's go ahead and grab that. Yes. Let's just... Oh, that's an 8. I don't want an 8. Do they not have a 5? There's a 5. What do I have on right now? C, I think? There we go. I used all my buttons. I do like how you can just move windows around just wherever. What do we got here? Do we need everything? Looks like we actually do need everything. God, what's the armory button? What's the default armory? There it is. Control plus I. Why is it? Okay, whatever. So we actually already have a hat. Let's try that out. Let's equip. Oh, we can't equip while we're in a menu. Nope. There we go. Equip. We're going to look fabulous. You just watch. There we go. There's another 5. Okay, so now... let's kill all those windows, because screw you. And then Control I. Okay, so we need chest piece. Hands. And legs. I think that's it. So just in case you were wondering, so it actually literally says cannot change gear right now. There are spaghetti code reasons for that. Shrug. Alright, we now look as dorky as possible. I remember this outfit, because this is the exact outfit I used when I was first going through to get this thing. Check it out. Do I not look glorious? We are going to look like crap for both of these intro sections. I'm just telling you. The auction house in Guild Wars 2 is actually kind of brilliant. I would say Guild Wars 2 or WoW as of now, with the latest updates, would qualify as a 3+ situation for an auction house. WoW didn't used to be. WoW added some features. I do, Jesse Ward. God, I do. How many of you remember the really dorky-looking plate armor in this game? Which is just like... It's like head to below your thighs. And it's got a really dumb-looking helmet. I have pants on, right? Yeah, no, I do. Okay. Just making sure. Yeah, Unix. I wanted to be sure. I wasn't sure. I'm going the wrong way. Gosh darn it. Up. Oh yeah, you can hide your hat, which is this button. You can also adjust your visor, which only affects a few things, but that's kind of cool. And what else? Draw or sheath weapon. I think that's actually it. That's a very cool spear. Alright, so. My spear's cooler, though. Alright. I am super geared. Erstwhile buccaneers are an ornery lot, and they rage in love for the sea and care little for laws of the land. But they respect strength. But the looks of you, I say you have a little trouble getting their attention. Yay. Sure I do. Hey, look, a weapon. I'll take it. I need a level 5 weapon. So, little convenience feature. I'm not sure, Cashel. I've had the mount since, like, Warlords. If you just click the thing in your inventory, it pulls up the relevant slot in your armory chest, and you can equip stuff this way. See it like that? So that's kind of cool, too. Convenience features. All right. Lominsa, the aura of confidence tells me you've not been idle since last movement. It's been 5 seconds, dude. I hope you're all right for a task that requires the attention of a capable adventurer. That's me. Lurkers in the grotto. Steelworm, the owner of the farms, has a task for competent adventurers. Alright, I shall lay before you the sorry tale. You've heard rumors of abductions. Yep, that's part of our opening arc. What's that's got to do with the farms? Well, that remains to be seen, but a collection of unsavory fellows with azure-tattooed faces have been creeping up to the edges of the field and spying on my yeomen. Now, I doubt anyone will enjoy being scrutinized by the savages at the best of times, but the farmhands are convinced they're the kidnappers of rumor. Needless to say, they're beside themselves with worry, and their work's suffering for it, which is the last thing I need when the crew are all still getting used to their jobs. This is where you come in. Investigate the tattooed thugs. They've got like this weird glyph that hovers in front of their face. Anyway, Seasong Grotto, let's do it. I'm joking, but that would be funny. Interacting. Yeah, we'll get to that in just a minute. Alright. Rack's sleeping on the job. Alright, where is this thing? Wee. So, Von Falkenstein asks, hooray for the homeworld block, but will the homeworld mobile be in the homeworld block? Truthfully, no. I can't think of any circumstance where that would happen. However, I will actually be looking at homeworld mobile when it comes out proper, just because of curiosity. For those of you curious, I usually do check out mobile games just to see how bad they are. They're usually bad, but I always do my due diligence on that. I even played First Soldier, Final Fantasy VII First Soldier. It's crap. I'm just going to give that away. Don't play it. But I tried it just to make sure I could say that rather than presume that. Lunarith says, what do you think about the content unlocks in Burning Crusade? Doesn't it help make the journey feel tangibly rewarding as long as you only do it once? So, whoop, I'm going to overshot this. So, this is pure personal preference, not game design opinion, okay? That's important. But pure personal preference, I don't like unlocks. I am at a level, or a power level, or a gear level, or I've got someone helping me to do something. I would rather be allowed to simply do something. I'm someone who used to know the minimum required level to enter most instances, which, for those of you not aware, is Where is the stupid thing? Which is substantially lower. Where is this? Than the actual level of which those instances are designed. Like, you could go into Blackrock Depths at, like, level 30 or something like that. Right. Maybe? I don't have an item, so... Wish I had a mount. Wait, Alex is saying follow him, which is probably the big griffin. Because only Alex would have a griffin, like a crazy person. You know what's funny is, I actually, now that I'm doing this, I remember this quest. I remember this exact quest. Because, yeah. This is not the first time I've gotten lost on this quest. Oh, hey, things I can unlock. Listen, all I'm saying is that griffin is the worst thing ever, okay? I'm just joking. What do you get it from? I don't recognize it. I don't know which beast tribe that is, but I believe you. You're about to enter an instanced battle. Instanced battles only occur during quests and missions. So... the snake ladies. I haven't even started them. I mentioned earlier, let's just get this out of the way right now. I want to give this game at least 1 negative. I actually want to give this game 3 negatives for this. Now, this is not the worst example of this by far. But as I've said several times, this game is aggressively anti-co-op. These little... There's no grouping while leveling. It's not a thing. You can't really do that. There's no option to say, hey, anyone want to join me for this? No, screw you. You're just stuck doing these things solo. And there's reasons for that. There's tech reasons, there's design reasons. But what it means in practice is if you want to play this game with a friend... What you do is you level completely separate from them, as if they're not even playing the same game you're playing, until you get to a dungeon. And when you get to a dungeon, then you wait on the dungeon for them or you to get caught up to the other person, and then you can do the dungeon together. And then you split up again, and that's the whole game. Irritates the piss out of me. As I've actually mentioned before, this is why Gary and Pax quit FF14 and have never come back. I mentioned before I don't play MMOs solo. This is kind of the exception, because I effectively cannot play this game with my friends. Now, I can play with you guys, but you get my point, right? I cannot play the game in a normal, ordinary fashion. And that sucks so hard. So, at the bare minimum, this is going to be 2 negatives. Bare minimum. This is aggressively anti-co-op in an MMO, which is just crazy. Well, I mean, even if you were my friend, Casual, I still couldn't play with you, could I? Yeah, Alex is about to puke all over the place. Yeah. It is pro solo. That's cool. I do like an MMO being solo-centric. But, yeah. This is how it's been since ARR, Harriet. This has never changed. This is still true up to and through Shadowbringers, for example. One second, I need to check something. Pretty sure. Yep, there it is. So we're gonna do this. Now, I've talked about this topic so many times that forgive me for not going in depth into this right now, because my throat is killing me right now and I'm sick and it would take a while. Let me just say that I have spent a considerable amount of time thinking about not just how they could fix this in the generic sense, but specifically the exact details of how you could fix this problem. Because there's multiple options. There's multiple ways you can make this game co-op friendly and still retain its general balance design, still retain the idea of the single main character, still retain the ideas of the balance of the specific instances, etc. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to sound harsh, but please remember, this is my biggest complaint about this game by far, so I'm just going to lay into this one. I can play FF6 with my friends more than I could play FF14 with my friends. And yeah, Tor has solved this beautifully. Guild Wars 2 has solved this beautifully. WoW dips in and out, I'll be honest. Anyways, so, now to go do a solo instance. I should probably mention, you remember how I mentioned the lack of...
I am the waves that bear. I am the winds that guide.
Sorry, what I was about to say is, you remember me mentioning the lack of voice acting? I was going to bring that up because the last voice acting we heard was during the intro cutscene. And now we're here, and this is the second bit of voice acting. This is what I mean with the inconsistent. Even though we've been primarily doing main story quest and class quests, we've only had 2 iterations so far.
I am the evening stars. I am the morning sky. I am born of the sea, and there shall I die. Thus reads the sailor's requiem, carved into yonder stone.
There's my waifu. No, I'm just joking. I do like Y'shtola. She's probably my favorite party member in the game.
Such words well describe the manner in which the citizens of Limsa, Lominsa live their lives. It is both a litany against misfortune for those out on the waves.
I'm sorry, am I the only one weirded out by the voice acting right now?
And a prayer that the souls of those who perish on land might find their way back to the sea.
For those of you who don't get it, we'll explain it when we get to Heaven's Word.
Ah, you are the adventurer I've seen around Summerford Farms. I thought myself on the trail of the kidnappers, but it would seem I have missed my mark. Or perhaps not.
Teeth.
As I suspected, the etheric disturbance here is no natural occurrence. Nor is it a coincidence that the two of us should come here in search of those responsible for the disappearances, only to be attacked. But who stands to benefit from the keeping of this secret? Oh, such thoughts must wait. Let us attend to the task at hand, unpleasant though it be.
Welcome to Green DPS. 11111111111. Of course, I'm just joking because we are a summoner. So we do a couple other things. And that's it. I do like how early on they give the core mechanic to it. So something I have complained mightily for quite some time, honestly, about this game is that the... How do I phrase this? The glyph design. The class design in how early you get functional mechanics varies. What are you doing? Don't fight it. No, whatever. Are you unaggressive? Whatever. Ah! So what I mean by that is, and I know this is a minor thing, but some of the classes are pretty decent at, like, say, 20. Some of the classes are decent at, like, 30 to 40. Some are 50, we've talked about that. Some don't get good until 70, etc., etc., etc. There's a good amount of variety, and by good I mean a bad amount of variety, with regards to when each given class is worth a damn. And it varies. It varies a lot. That's only really relevant when we consider another mechanic, which I will also be giving a name to later.
Phew.
We'll get there later. Damn, I look dorky. Pro tip, if you see a crystal hovering in front of you, don't just stand there. Run. Pro tip. Also, you like our oven mitts? It's the warrior of darkness.
Hear, feel, think.
The midst of the master. Hey, look, meteors. It's impossible to make an Al Ra which doesn't look pissed off as Unix. Yeah, we'll circle back to that probably in a couple weeks.
Bearer.
Hover, hover, hover.
I am Hydaelyn, all made one. A light there once was that shone throughout this realm, yet it hath since grown dim. And as it hath faltered, so hath darkness risen up in its stead, presaging an end to life. For the sake of all, I beseech thee, deliver us from this fate. The power to banish the darkness dwelleth in the crystals of light. Journey forth and lay claim to them.
I'm afraid we have PC syndrome.
By thy deeds shall the crystals reveal themselves to thee. Only believe, for the light liveth in thy heart. Go now, my child, and shine thy light on all creation.
Awake again? Are we?
I like how her name is the Cultured Conjurer, by the way.
Aha! The poor creature's fury was kindled with cruel forethought. See this blade? I found it in the Gubu's back. I have seen knives of this kind before. They are most commonly used for the cutting of rope. It would appear our culprits are seafaring men of some persuasion, piratical being the most probable. In any event, you seem much recovered from your sudden affliction. I confess, I was rather taken aback when you collapsed at the very moment of our victory. Mayhap a surfeit of ether? I beg your pardon. A towering crystal. I'm sure I don't... Oh! Well, well. This has been a day of unexpected revelations. I must continue my investigation. In the meantime, I suggest you deliver this knife to your patron, along with a warning concerning the pirate's probable involvement in this murky business. The days ahead promise little rest, I fear. May our paths cross again, under the light of the crystal.
And we never see her again. Well, yeah, Ishtola is kind of the brains of the group, along with Urianger, so that makes sense. Thank you, Cat Horse, as always. Forgive me for not bowing. I am really not doing well today. I'll put that towards Space Marine, too. Yeah, I would say, if we're using D&D terms, Urianger is all int, very low whiz, whereas Ishtola actually has high int and high whiz. Arguably, Urianger is smarter, but she is much better at applying. Lominsa. Right, glad I am to see you safely returned. The lads were all gabbing and hearing about what sounded like 7 hells breaking loose near the grotto. I feared I'd sent you to your death. If you were in the middle of that commotion, I hope it yielded something of interest. I'd hate to think you risked your life for naught. A blade pulled from the back of a creature you slew in a cave, huh? I'd agree that such a knife would be part of any seafaring man's kit. I'm trying to think these ruffians are pirates come to lure my farhands back to a life of plunder. Chances are they didn't take kindly to your appearance and sent a mad goo-boo on you. The pirates have been adding to their numbers of late. I'd best warn the lads and lasses in our employ to be on guard. You met Ishtola. She's been in Limsa for a good while now. Her studies of the ether always often put her out to Summerford, so her presence at the grotto is hardly unusual. She's an odd-looking lass, I grant you, but not the kind to associate with kidnappers. You can have my word on that. Where trust should be lacking in those yeomen of mine who have yet to wholly relinquish their pirate pasts. The temptation to free and easy life of a buccaneer may prove too strong to resist. You have my thanks. You're awesome. Sure. Who? Mike Romano? You've learned a roll action. Ah. What is that, Addle? We're just going to pull it off bar. Ah. I'd sooner hire you for the sake of getting things done, but then the rapscallions would never learn. Please go find my people and round them up to do their frickety jobs. Do I have to? Okay, fine. So, let's talk about the narrative structure a little bit, shall we? Oh, he's awful, Mike Romano. He's just the worst. So, the narrative structure is that you get this tank, right? But the thing is, the only way to pilot it is you have to chop off your legs. So, was it actually worth it to get rid of the legs? Oh, yep, apparently it was. Okay, cool. So, the point here... The game... I'm not going to say that I like this, because I kind of don't. But the way it works is the game starts off extraordinarily low tier. This is something von Falkenstein was complaining about earlier, right? We start off, we're dealing with local pirates and some kidnappers. Stuff that's extraordinarily low tier, down-to-earth adventuring, which, okay, I'm with that. And then about the 4th or 5th quest in, it's like, hey, by the way, you're the chosen one. Okay, go back to the low tier stuff. Now, in hindsight, I do kind of get why they were going this direction of it. But it does feel like a strange structure to the narrative, doesn't it? It's just, hey, you're an ordinary person. You're also the chosen one, but go back to being an ordinary person. It's just, wait, what? Now, I do think this all kind of follows through later on, but there is some... We'll have to debate how we think of this narrative arc as we're going there, because we're going to obviously review this initial arc, the Limsa arc. So, ha! You can't work me when my hands are full lifting this mug! You know, I'd wager my last skill, you'd never guess what I was drinking. Swill wine. Like, right about the swill part. You know, it might be worth doing a day of chores if I could get some proper grog. Wait, people are willing to work? Just for booze? For those of you not getting the joke, historically speaking, it was extraordinarily common for people to be paid in alcohol. All the way up to like 200 years ago. It's very, very normal. Okay, so, while running around, let's look at some notes here. So, Von Falkenstein says, do costume and pet unlocks, are they server-wide? You know, I'm actually not sure. Hang on. I can test that. I can't open my mount, so I can't do it that way. Apparently I can't test that. I have no idea. So this person is hungry. The last thing they had was breadsticks. So one person is angry about the bad alcohol they have. One person is angry about the bad food they have. Mr. Red says, do I think ARR will be a net positive? Probably, yeah. I don't think it'll score particularly highly, but I do think it will be a net positive. It's... I mean, as much as I rag on WoW Vanilla, and I will do so until the end of time, WoW Vanilla was still a better game than everything else at the time, right? That guy just tells us to piss off. He's just being a dick. We all know what we do with Rule Zero violators around here. Ina Mishao asks, side quests. Ah, yes. So, we're going to do side quests kind of in zone bundles, is how we're going to do that. I just kind of nuke through them. Other side, of course. At high level, while smashing them into the face with a flying mount. Don't worry, the rest of this stream, after we finish the 2 intro zones, will be substantially faster, because I will start using a flying mount, and I actually bothered to get the unlocks to increase my running speed, too, in case I happen to not be flying. So one way or another, this is going to go a lot faster as soon as we hit Ul'dah. So just like the game, the stream is a little bit of a slow burn. So this guy just doesn't want to work. He's just a lazy person. I'd make a joke, but I don't want to actually insult anybody. So we're just going to leave that as is. Pika says, when am I playing Elden Ring? When we're done with FF14. Pika says, am I going to watch the Nintendo Direct on Sunday? Not live, but I will watch it at some point so I can discuss it for the lore week. Let's see, you were a skirmisher. And now he's taking his axe to trees. Very unhappy about that. Everything is awful. Mr. Red asks, what is the average level of guards in FF14? Well, obviously that depends. But if you were to ask me my professional opinion, I'd say most of the city-states, the 3 main city-states, the guards are probably somewhere around level 25 to 30 on average in lore. So certainly decent, certainly enough to keep track of most people, especially local problems, but not enough to take care of anything real, most notably Garleans. We're doing Ul'dah on my main Scion, who has a flying mount, and is much faster, and is level 80 or 90 or whatever I choose to be on. So, No, we're not skipping anything, and no, I don't mean 3 entry zones. So we found every person here except for one. All the gil in the world can't buy loyalty. There are some like you who can be trusted. Yeah, you can trust me. I'm not super sus. But there are others. Until now, I've had no choice to rely on that charlatan, even though I'm aware he's been doing deals behind my back. He's actually trading with goblins, if you can believe that. Make sure to doubt anything that comes out of his mouth. So speaking of a holdover from the Bronze Era of gaming, of MMO design, excuse me. Where is this person? There's these are actually still true as of Shadowbringers. I don't know if they're in Endwalker. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. But there's chat quests. Now, these are a holdover design-wise from all the way back in EverQuest. Because EverQuest was such an old game when it came out that right-clicking an NPC to interact with them didn't actually do anything because that mechanism didn't exist. Like, there was no engine, there was no capacity, there was no interface for that. So the way you would interact with NPCs is you would /say something, or you would give them an item. It would be a direct trigger. You say this, they respond with this. You give them this, they respond with this. It was terrible, as all old things are. Yeah, it's also cap sensitive, and in some cases, punctuation sensitive too, depending. But either way, we do still see a couple of those even to this day. Now, they're nowhere near that bad. They're nowhere near that bad in FF14. I'm not going to ding 14 for it. I'm only mentioning it because it's actually funny how they have persisted for so long in this game. They were much more common back in 11, for example, or the original 14. So what's up? I'm super... So now, in order to progress the quest, it actually says it right there. Confront him and cast /doubt. Doubt. /beckon is something we'll be talking about later because there's a lot of beckon quests in this game. Anyways, what's this now? He sent for the oranges? He knew all this time. What's it matter anyway? Listen, you're one of those goody-goody adventure types, right? Go rescue my rates from those double-dealing goblins. They're just over by the bonfire. Okay. First, I'm going to kill these Wololos over here. Yeah, the beckon quests are just the worst. We do have to show off fates at some point. I'm probably honestly going to wait until we get under a main character to even bother doing that. There's no real benefit to doing fates, which is the ironic part. So, you've already seen 2 types of quests. But before we move forward, we have to talk about something. Do you notice something right now? So for reasons best left to the imagination, there's no music at night. I don't think this is for every zone. But for some zones, no music. And this sucks. It actually actively bothers me. Now, it's only a problem for ARR. I know they fixed this as of Stormblood. I couldn't remember if they fixed it in Heavensward. But I am going to, at the very least, ding that once for just long swat. Approximately 50% of the time of just having no music, which just gets awkward and weird. Yeah, the city-states have a different song for day and night, but everywhere else is just nothing. So we've already showed off a couple of quest styles. This is probably the most common type of quest we're going to see in the game. Big ol' purple field. What does this mean? Well, we walk in here. That spawns the enemies. We kill the enemies. That's your quest. Now, I'm going to go ahead and be as nice as I possibly can. This is not good quest design. Nevertheless, I'm not sure this actually qualifies as bad quest design. It's just there, you know? And we will be seeing this exact style of quest in an inordinate amount of time. Go to an area, walk into the thing, spawn the enemy, kill it. The good part of this is the fact that it pretty much ensures that there's no X of Y problem, and there's no camping problem. You always spawn the mobs you need, aggroed to you, so they're basically already tagged, so you get credit for killing them. And, you know, they'll only spawn when you get there, so they won't overload the server, or they won't over the system, and blah, blah, blah. The problem is, from a quest design perspective, there's no actual design here, if that makes any sense. This is an X of Y with a few quality of life features to make it less problematic. So we'll have to debate what we think of this quest design, but at the very least, quests are probably not going to be a substantial positive to the gameplay axis as they would be in several other MMOs. We'll debate it. We'll debate it. And yeah, Alex and Rax are both correct. This is a good time at which you can help other people, like Alex was just helping out. And yeah, something I see fairly frequently, because most of the people playing FF14 are pretty cool, is you'll get here and there's someone else, and you help them, and they help you, and you both complete the quests, right? So that's cool. Oh, also, this kind of system, to talk about the positive side again for a second, this pretty much ensures quest progress. In other words, there's no possibility of running around looking for one specific mob, or trying to get a zebra hoof to drop, or whatever. You go here, there's the enemy, bam, you're done. So, yeah, the more I'm talking this out, the more I think this is probably just going to be a straight-up wash in terms of quest design. It's just there. And that's kind of it. Yeah, you know how in like 5 different MMOs I've played, there's a universal language. It's very simple. Watch this. So there's Alex. Oh, no, sorry, that's Alex. There's Alex. Oh, that's Alex. Whatever. There's Maverick, right? So like, let's say I'm over here, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And they can't talk to me, and I can't talk, but I walk over to this mob, and I do this, and then he jumps, and then we both attack it, because we have now done the universal handshake of jump, jump. I do this with some of my friends, even. Like, if I've found a quest thing that we need to interact with, I'll just stand here and do this until they notice me. And then it'll be like, oh, there he is. Jumping is the universal language. So, anyways, you saved my mates in for that IOU. I suppose I should be ashamed. I couldn't clean up my own mess. But a pirate knows no shames, no qualm about going back on my word. I'm only giving you this sack because I like the cut of your jib. I mean, I could kill you. That'll make you feel better. See you around, Jesse Ward. Rain. I love the rain sound effects in this game. And I'm awake, I'm awake. FMAL word says, how many negatives for housing Savage? I gotta be completely honest, there has got to be a reason they haven't decided to just fix the housing situation with all of the tools that do exist in other MMOs in order to solve the housing situation. I don't actually know. I don't know the reason. I don't know the reasoning. Maybe it's time, maybe it's low priority, maybe there's hardware concerns. I don't know. It's just weird. Non-existent and awkward, Finiori. Oh yeah, speaking of which. Negatives to everything. Yeah, there's a lot of spaghetti code they're building off of this game. As much as I do criticize several things, and I do, a lot of the things that I criticize are things that they can't fix. Or at the very least, it's not practical to fix, you know. So, delivery on schedule. A burlap bag of chock full of juicy, ripe Limsa oranges, or however you pronounce that. I don't even care right now. So, the guy's actually happy that we're the one delivering this, because not only is it usually not here, but he actually trusts that we'll be able to actually deliver the funds paying for the oranges. Yeah, that's a good way to put this. FF14 is a game I will praise until the cows come home, until my voice gives out. But the foundation of FF14 is awful, and there's no good answer to that, really. I think so too, a wild gap. I'm very curious to see where they're going to go with that. And I hope they take their time. No rushing. You know, that's a good point, Bellicalic. It's definitely not a big deal. We only know that it's been a huge deal as recently as, what is it, a few months ago? You remember that bit of 1.0 code that was still in the server load somewhere? Just saying. Anyways. To be honest, though, even if Yoshi P was being honest, which I don't think he was, but even if there is no spaghetti code underneath this game, then that just takes away the only defense they have. You know what I mean? Second kill. Yeah, exactly, Games and Goals. First of all, it's awesome. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. But second of all, yeah, there's a lot of good in 14, really. So, I was willing to overlook skimming off the top, but to sell us short in favor of goblins. You do well to remind yourself around that 2-guild cheat. If he'd leave his own mates for dead, there's no telling what he'd do to you. Money. Well, see, that's the other thing. There's this old... So, tech debt doesn't just refer to old, terrible code. It refers to... Oh, it's a whole business thing. It's a whole management and economic question as to whether or not it is worth sitting down and spending the time to fix it. Because the question will always be, how much time will it take to deal with our tech debt, to catch this up to modern? And is it worth that? Like, or can we just do this stupid patch fix? Can we just do this workaround that we've been doing for the last 5 years? Right? Now, this is true for any company, not just gaming companies, but like any company that does any kind of software development tends to have tech debt, and unless it gets really bad or extensive, usually the suits and the accounting department will say, that's not worth the time and effort to do. Here's the thing. I disagree with that, especially with regards to games, and especially with regards to MMOs. It is my opinion that solving tech debt and actually spending dedicated time to catch up on tech debt is a good thing. And I've got two big reasons why. Reason number one is once you fix so much of that, it allows you to do more going forwards. Once you don't have to do those stupid workarounds, you can have new tools and new options, new content, new styles of content, right? You can have whole new functionality because you've fixed some of the problems that aren't there anymore, right? And reason number two is World of freaking Warcraft. I'm sorry, but WoW has spent 2 expansions over the course of its existence just catching up on tech debt. Cataclysm and Warlords of Draenor. And both of those have gone to good effect. So that is the proof of concept that that functionality does actually work. And I'm completely with Rax on that. I will absolutely continue to support and stay subbed to FF14 if they would actually take the dime and go back and just spend the time solving the tech debt and getting the engine and getting the underlying code up to modern standards. Just do it, commit to it. We got your back, you know? Anyways, and yes, WoW's code does still have some spaghetti problems. Obviously, I'm not trying to say that WoW is a perfect game. They still use the rabbit system, for example. For those of you who know what that means. But you get my point, right? Anyways. What's up? At this rate, the crops will not be ready for harvest. I've only had black loam. I bet Rondo knows where you can find some. Pay her a visit. That's okay, sure. I also agree with that, Pretzel. Now, remember, I haven't even played Endwalker. I don't know what happens in it. But I can tell you right now, just from an analysis and structural perspective, I bet money that post-Endwalker is the time to solve tech debt. Right? Stuff has happened. Stuff is probably concluded. We're at a good point, narratively and gameplay-wise. Take your time, go back, and do it. Absolutely. And if I might be so bold, this is also when the game is doing fantastically financially. I mean, they had to stop selling the game, for God's sakes. So they've got the money people placated. And to be perfectly blunt, we've been pretty understanding, haven't we? I mean, not everyone is. But a huge number of FF14 players have looked at this game and said, take your time, do it your way, we got your back. Right? Endwalker got delayed. What was the overwhelming reaction to that? Hugs for Yoshi P. Anyways. So he's got a head of cabbage if he thinks I'm fetching him any black loam. But if you dare to pinch some from the cook pot, be my guest. Just don't get trampled by the aurochs. That's okay. I can do that, I suppose. Hey, it's a fate, which we're not doing. I am quite sick. Yes, voice of Authorita. I'm also being attacked and killed. Run. Do you see that leash radius? Do you see that? That was almost instantaneous. Right. Hang on. I just realized part of the reason I'm having problems. My monitor's screwing up. Let's fix that really quick. Probably because I shut it off earlier. When I laid down. Yep, there we go. Much better. Much better. There we go. All right. So let's answer some questions in the queue. Going to be a lot of queue question times here. Oh, by the way, most of my positivity comments about WoW are in the past. Say, circa Legion and earlier. Which I only mentioned because, well, you know, lately. Yeah. Anyways. Moving on. Ironically, I actually firmly believe WoW will have the opportunity to be good again. I don't know if it will actually take that opportunity. But I think the possibility will be on the table, which it certainly hasn't been for years. Guild Wars 1, what was the worst dungeon? So there weren't really dungeons in the traditional sense of the word back in Guild Wars 1. More to the point, Guild Wars 1 had missions. Of those, yeah, that's what I think too, Rex. Of those, there was one, it's actually very early on, in Prophecy, which is the first expansion, the ARR equivalent of Guild Wars 1. And it's awful and it's terrible. It's in the Western Highlands area, and you have to go through this really long, winding map, fighting large packs of very deadly enemies. And then when you get to the very end, you have a King of the Hill quest, which you have to do. And the enemy will essentially constantly spawn people to go capture the hill. And you have to recapture it and then win and then hold it for a few seconds. And if you fail on that mission, you have to start all over from the beginning. Please remember that because of Guild Wars 1, for all its good aspects, one of the things it did very, very badly is missions had no mid-mission checkpoints. So if you died or failed on that very last step, you just lost an hour of your life. I have failed that mission more than once. Triaxia says, what would have happened with Blizzard if WoW collapsed? So, that's an interesting question. It kind of depends on when you're asking, like if you mean historically speaking. Because WoW has always been the breadwinner of Blizzard since WoW came out. But how much of an impact that would have would depend entirely on who was actually in charge of what at what given point in time. So, for example, if that happened right now, honestly, it wouldn't even be that big of a deal, especially given the recent thing. Yeah, Microsoft would most likely, historically speaking, be willing to jump in and say, okay, here, get your other IPs going, do something. Back in the day, a few years ago, WoW losing out might have sucked, but at the same time, I went the wrong way. But at the same time, might have actually been able to make it so that they could kind of do things. Yeah, if you want to, Rax, go for it. I'm not going to require it. I'm not going to be a dick about it. You know, I appreciate your presence, but you don't have to drag me if you don't want to. Even the weeds wither and die in this desolate dirt. There you go. Bit of black loam, yay. Oh, don't tell me they're neglecting to mention where the black loam comes from. It comes from the Aurochs lair. Yeah, it's poo. I know what fertilizer is. Thank you. Yay, we have an Aether Flow gauge. And the ability to... where's my Aether ability? Oh, there it is. Not sleep. Nobody can use sleep. But energy drain. That's the one I was looking at. Oh my god, there's a sage. Confounded pirates. They know nothing of tilling, only of killing. Stealing our shovels to melt and forge axes. So, go kill them. You got it. Now, I don't want to sound negative. Haha, Rex. I don't want to sound negative. I really don't. But you'll notice that the story right now is extraordinarily banal, right? I swear to God, the story in this game is actually quite good and gets even better later on. Just please trust me on this. Now, Alex just killed a bunch of things before I could tag any of them. Please remember, I don't actually have an instacast right now. Or an AoE. Ham. So. Oh, there it is. Anyways, so. Now, I'm not against this, but I will admit, one of the biggest things that dragged me down when I was going through ARR is how empty a lot of these quests are. Like, you could summarize so much of what we've been doing in a single sentence. There's several quests in the God, what's the name of that frickin' the MSQQ. There's a bunch of quests there that are just kind of filler, right? Praetorium, thank you. And there's some good stuff there. There's actually some really cool quests in the post-patch stuff. But there's also just a lot of filler. It's just like, okay. Anyway, so we have killed the people, gotten back our tools, because and what's funny is I find this overall story arc kind of interesting. So let's go through this. Let's actually explain what's going on here. Very recently, an admiral of a specific fleet had taken it upon herself to legitimize herself and her particular fleet and turn them into a functional government with the assistance and support of the other two neighboring city-states. That formed the nation, if you could call it that, of Lominsa, okay? With that legitimacy, she has been doing a lot of very intelligent things. She's actually pretty cool. She's been doing a lot of stuff to try and legitimize things and re-gear the area into being more focused on being a civilization, a nation state, rather than being a roaming band of ships, right? I actually have a term for this. I call them marauders. And I didn't want to use that term because there's actually a concept as a marauder in this game. But what I mean by marauder is a marauder, historically speaking and in fiction, they don't build, they don't craft, they don't contribute. All they do is actually take in order to survive. It's effectively a parasitic entity, right? So you have a roaming army or a roaming fleet or whatever of marauders that is actually arguably detracting from the world as a whole. Now, I think this in real life as well as in fiction, and obviously there's some exceptions, but the point here is Merlwyb has been like, this isn't cool. We need to actually farm, we need to grow, we need to build. Yeah, exactly, Triax said. We need to turn this into a real city. What we're doing, all these little quests we're doing, is trying to assist people in actually shoving these people forward into this new era, because this is very recent, all this that's happened. So a lot of people are currently people who were pirates when they were a marauding group, right? And nowadays, they're like, I don't want to farm. I don't want to go and build stuff. I don't want to work on the frickin' field. Can I not? Can I just go... Okay, fine. And so that's what we're doing. That's the story arc. So believe it or not, I'm actually with the plot here. Or maybe just the world building. But you get the idea. So, okay, so we got the tools. So what we just did is we just killed a bunch of pirates who were actually stealing tools to melt down into weapons so they could go back to being marauders. Keep in mind, one of the things that we saw earlier is that several of the people who are trying to follow Merlwyb's lead is they've been melting weapons to turn into tools. So, what's up? Yes, so Severin, that's the guy earlier who was dealing with the goblins. He's been a dick. He's continuing to be a dick. I've grown accustomed to insolence, but this is different. He's weird. He looks hunted. So I need you to go find him down and figure out what the hell's going on with him. The ungrateful cur bites me every chance he gets, but I can't bring myself to cut him loose. I suppose he reminds me a bit of my younger self. Suffice it to say, I'd rather he didn't come to a sticky end. Okay, let's go find this dude. See how horrible his life is about to go. And possibly murder him. We're pretty good at murdering. Murder, murder, murder. Listen, Alex. Nothing passes through these gates that I notice. So, Severin and his jackasses went for Woad Whisper Canyon, singing and drinking themselves along the way, and saying she should join them. I like her response here. I told them I'd rather shrivel up than sip whatever it was that had pickled their brains. If you find the idle swine, cuff him around the ear for me, will you? And yeah, again, notice that the pirates are going out of their way to try and re-recruit the ex-pirates back into being pirates. Now, I'm with someone in chat said, who was it? Games and Goals. I'm with Games and Goals. They're high. Like, these people are stupid. They're giving away the chance of long-term prosperity and stability and a decent wage and living and all of the benefits that come from that in favor of vaguely supporting the idea of going off and being like, yar, yar, yar. And even in Final Fantasy XIV, being a sailor, especially a pirate, is not a pleasant experience. That's not as bad as in real life because they have magic, and they have some magitech and some tools that we didn't have at that point. But yikes, you know? No, the fate failed. No. You know, the last time I was around here, I was on my Blue Mage gathering spells. Oh, hang on. Let me pull up the Q&A. What do we got? Where's the QA thing? Lunaruth asks, what do you think of the cross-faction in PvE groups announcement for WoW? I actually already talked about that, but I will give you a very, very short summary. Whoop. Nope, it's down. First of all, awesome. Like, really, really, really awesome. Second of all, about frickin' time. Of all the dirty, deceitful, downright dastardly deeds this bastard's done. Claiming to take the lads out for a drink only to lead us straight into a bloody trap. It doesn't get lower than that. Of course, I learned to stay ahead of old Severin, so I was ready, but the others weren't so lucky. You gotta help them. Well, that's awful. Yep, nope, this way. I think it's down. Yep, it's down. It's right there. I think this is another one of those solo instance things. Yay. I could be wrong. We'll see. Dryhexia asks, why didn't the gods get involved with Bahamut? That's actually a complicated answer that I will not be responding to just yet. Sorry. Zactef says, do I think this game is doing well in its story? Yes and no. Yeah, exactly, Rex. I do think that the game has a cool idea for its story, as I've just mentioned, as I just talked about. I also feel that it's not doing a great job of presenting it. I do feel that ARR is probably going to get an empty text negative. In fact, I should jot that down now while I'm thinking about it, because it's something that's been in my head for a while. Empty text, question mark. Because there is a lot of just while you're going through this. It's one of the reasons I don't feel bad about reading every single line of dialogue out loud. So you see that? That is a solo instance. You can tell because the little glow. So let's hope we're ready for this. Narrator. And they were not ready for this. Severin might have gotten us the mess, but I am about to give him his dead life for us. I'd sooner bow to a fishback than be in that conniving's debt to arms. It's a level 13 quest. This should be fun. No, no. Empty text is... Oh, you mean like the world is empty. That's not... I mean, yeah. It's the tattooed man. You betray even yourself, Severin. Ugh. We are prepared to overlook the matter of your desertion on the condition you provided us with suitable replacements. That was the agreement. Yet your latest change of heart leaves you debt to us. Your debt to us repaid. Few are they who betray the Serpent Reavers twice. You will not do so a third time. Also, I love the music in this game, but this is probably my least favorite song in the entire game. The Danger song. Re. Hi. I'm here to kill you. Yeah, it's way overused. It's a music direction problem. Cowering behind your protector will only delay the inevitable. Honorless wretch, your life is all you have left. And worthless though it be, we shall take it. And there's some random dude in the... Ignore whoever that is. I don't know who that is. Don't worry about it. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. That's right. Kingdom Hearts crossover has finally happened. We've been waiting for it for years. It's finally here. Oh, those are telegraphs. FF14 uses extensive telegraphs. I don't actually remember exactly when they codified and, you know, made very static... it's got words. There's a point in time at which they made... they standardized. That's what I'm looking for. They standardized the telegraphs. It's not an ARR. I know it was before Stormblood, but I'm not sure exactly when they started doing that. That the golem could be vanquished. Nice text box, by the way. That man is no ordinary adventurer. Secretly, I'm just an ordinary adventurer. Living in a big-time world. Hi, Ishtola. The snake slithered away. I'm only glad he did not have the chance to sink his fangs more deeply into you. I know, right, Alex? Wait, what? Ah! So this is the Echo. Almost always uses the same music, too. These pirates do not belong to any of the known Lominsan factions. Whom do they serve? The Beast Tribes? Surely not. But the timing of their appearance coincides all too neatly with the recent surge in Sahagin and Kobold activity. Something is afoot. The real question is what? Could it be the tribes are planning to summon the primals? 12 help us if it should prove so. Limsa would be hard-pressed to keep a single primal at bay, let alone two. But all is yet speculation. I must needs find evidence. The seas continue to rise, while the lesser moon continues to fall. And by ilm, the world becomes ever more unlike itself. It is as Louis Soir foretold. You know, I remember the first time I played this, and my first reaction was, who? The coming of chaos has rendered the laws of nature mutable, blurring the boundary between material and ethereal planes. Little now stands between us and the primals. But they are not here yet. Though time be against us, hope ever shall be on our side. Never did the ring of the Charlayan ever ring more true. Never did I dream I would possess the means to see either, and now that I do, I begin to take it for granted. How swiftly do the wonders of Charlayan seem commonplace. Hey, it's Eris. Here for you. Have you come for the festivities? Here for you. Sorry, I can voice act, I swear. Today the Maelstrom officially makes the Great Hole in the Sea its training grounds. Join in the celebrations. I don't know if I'd call that foreshadowing so much as it's always been a part of her. A disturbance in the etheric flow, but whence does it emanate? The Sea Song Grotto, perhaps? Yeah, by the way, the Echo goes all the way back to 1.0. To be very clear about that, 1.0 at launch. I talked about that. Even in the at-launch quests, you know, the ones that ended at level 20-something, there was still the Echo. Now, we've actually already discussed the Echo as a storytelling tool. We have. I believe we've technically already given it a positive. Let me double-check my notes. We did, but we actually culled it because it goes under ARR, not under Shadowbringers. So we will absolutely reaffirm the positive we technically already gave to Echo as a storytelling tool. The Echo is effectively an in-universe way of doing a Meanwhile Elsewhere cutscene. And it means they can show us a lot of storytelling that they wouldn't otherwise be able to do without just saying, Meanwhile Elsewhere. And they'll be doing some more clever stuff with the Echo later, so that'll be fun. 'Tis I. Regrettably no, he eluded me. Understood. I will inform the Commodore. You collapsed from your exertions. Are you suitably recovered? Yes, my Kamado. What just happened in lore. So our character saw what we just saw. Which, if you didn't catch that, was before the Calamity. That was when Dalamud was still descending. So that was back during 1.18 or so. Somewhere around the 120s. Severnir has surprised me all of their transpired. His account shed some light on how you came attacked by a golem of all things. A golem is a mindless automaton, inert save when commanded. Common pirates cannot hope to control such a thing, so arcane are its workings. But then these tattooed wretches are no common pirates. They are the minions of the Sahagan. As to their purpose, we'll get to the bottom of it. But first I must escort Severin back to his place of employment. I dare say Stalewern must be wondering what became of him. You too, for that matter. I will bear word of him to your preservation, but I'm certain he would like to thank you in person. Pray, give the man a visit. My name is Ishtola. Hi. I'm a naturalist of sorts, surveying the ether in hopes that it might offer some clue as to our predicament. And the sexiest... No, I'd say I owe my life, but that don't cover it. If it weren't for you, my friends would be dead and all. 'Tis a debt I can never repay, but I'll not make things worse by running away. Take me to the farms, I'll face the consequences. Now... Ishtola has suspicions about us. We'll come back to that. So, you'll notice the plot twist that just happened, right? I mean, there's just a bunch of dancing idiots in front of me. Sorry, I don't mean that. You're cool. You're all cool. That's just the first thing that popped into my head. God, I hate this dance so much. Anyways. Ishtola is cool. I do. She is my favorite of the party members. You know what? Yeah, they're dancing like idiots. That's a little bit more important. So, I can wharf, can't I? Don't let me forget to talk about this. I need to talk about the story arc that just happened. Because, as much as there is some empty text problems, we did actually just have a cool storytelling concept, and I'll talk about it in a minute. I thought that said lol for just a second. LOL. I knew you'd return. You stole the delivered Severin a bit ago. Tales of your deeds precede you. The rest came shuffling back, too, a lot of them sporting the same haunted expression. That's me to blame for that. I was once a serpent reaver. A thrall to the Sahagin? Seven hells, reavers may look and sound like real pirates, but they're not but fishback flunkies. Us pirates ain't much for laws, but there's things we won't do. We got a code, see? But the reavers never followed a word of it. A few years back, they started snatching law-abiding Lominsans. I'd only just taken my oath when the captain bent his knee to his new Sahagin masters. I knew I had to get away. So I crept off one night, got myself a new name, found myself a new home. Here. Trouble is, secrets don't stay secret for long, and word spread all the way back to the sea. Penalty for desertion is death. But the reavers offered me a way out instead. My freedom in exchange for my mates. I don't know what I was thinking. I mean, I wasn't bloody thinking. I was too busy soiling myself. But you got there in the end, didn't you? When the time came, you made the right decision. The men say little to me, but I hear him talk of how you stood up to the reavers at the last. How you tried to give your life to save theirs. Be that as it may, no deed, however good, can atone the crime of betraying your brethren. I know that. I do. That's why I'm going to hand myself over to the Yellow Jackets. I'll bring no shame to the farm no more. Alright. No argument from me. I just hope you'll come back here someday. You'll always have a home here. I'll always be in your debt. Chacon. I owe you a debt too, Lominsa. God, her name is so stupid. Thank you for saving the life of my men. If I can ask one more favor of you, tell Baderon what's been happening. You got it. So, we show up, and there's pirates, and we get some world building, and we're dealing with all these pirates, but there's something weird about the pirates, and bit by bit we start to find out that, well, there's actually two groups of pirates, which we just elucidated upon. There's the ex-pirates, and then there's the freaking reavers, who are working for the Sahagin. Right? I guess I just fast travel. The Sahagin, obviously, they're bad news. But more to the point, this is a fairly good example of staircase development. It actually happens relatively early, too, if you're paying attention. We have our local threat, we have our local problem, and while we're dealing with the local regional issue, we find out that there's something else going on that is connected to the regional issue, which is a part of a more large-scale problem. The dude in the cloak, and, well, actually, the dude in the cloak is foreshadowing, let's just call that what it is. But the real relevant part is the Sahagin. They're actually the next tier threat. These pirate groups, honestly, they're not really a threat to the nation, not at a national level. The Sahagin, they're much more problematic. So we have gotten our first hint of these. Notice we haven't even met a Sahagin yet. We haven't even seen one on camera. But they've been mentioned almost constantly, all the way back to the intro cutscene. So, bloody hell, life on the farm isn't quite how I pictured it. But you need worry yourself over Severin. The Yellow Jacket hands out punishment is a good mate of mine. I'll ask him nice. This is hard to read. I reckon he'll be willing to commute the sentence from hanging to keel hauling. You know what keel hauling is, right? Because it's a really, really horrible way to die. I'm only jesting. I was going to say, dude, that sounds to me like you've done everything. Oh, geez, my throat's going again. You've done everything. Here's the generous finder's fee. Free room and board. Hey, we've unlocked an inn, which we will never use. This isn't 1.0. There's no reason to get a dream sequence. So, Not that you'll have much time for lying around with all the levies you'll be doing. Okay, I killed myself. We're good. Let's go do some levies. I'm just joking. We're not actually going to do any levies. Death to levies. Yeah, levies are how you level craft, or at least how I leveled crafting. I've already kind of described levies. So, hi, these are levies. They're exactly what they sound like. But we will discuss it. We have to. We have to discuss what a levy is. No, that's Levi's. So the way this works is you talk to an NPC. That NPC has a random assortment of levies. They randomize more or less instantaneously. Like if you accept 3, go do them, and then go back, there will be 3 new ones, right? So it's kind of instantaneous reset. So the way they work is you go to a specific area, and then you activate the levy. Once you have activated it, you can set the level of the levy from anywhere from, I think it's -3 or 5, I forget, to +3 or 5 over the recommended level. And then you go and you do it. It'll actually spawn unique pseudo-instanced... I hate levies so much. You will spawn pseudo-instanced enemies. I actually hate levies more from getting my ARR relic than anything else, by the way. Pseudo-instanced enemies, you kill them, you loot stuff, you go to... Now, this is actually kind of a cool thing. You can party to do them. They're kind of radiant, but it's more like there's a set bundle of them. Not truly radiant. It's more like there's a pool of like 12, and you get 3 at a time, and that could be whatever combination of these 12, right? Also, as you're... when you finish a given levy quest, a pop-up will show up, and it'll say, hey, you can go turn in right now if you want to. This is the thing that makes levies probably not a negative when it comes to this. Because, and yeah, they're fully repeatable. Because once you finish a given levy, you can just hit a button and it'll teleport you back to the person who gave you that quest so you can turn it in. So what you generally do is if you're actually doing levies, you pick up 3, you run around, you finish 1, it says, do you want to go back? You say no. You finish the second one? No. You finish the third one? Yes. You go back, you turn in your 3, you get 3 new ones. Sounds right? Now, what this boils down to is honestly a wash. These are not interesting quests. These are not well-designed quests. But there are plenty of ways that they could be substantially worse. I should know. I played 1.0. So I'm probably going to just go ahead and give levies a straight-up wash. Well, I started the ARR relic quest when ARR was still kind of new. And then I put it down at a certain step, and time passed, and we got to the point of being at Shadowbringers. I was like, you know what, I feel like going and finishing that quest. Now, it was actually a lot easier to do at that point in time, so there were still a few barriers, and it was still grindy as hell, and it still took months to do, but I did finally finish the quest, and I do have my Paladin relic specifically from ARR. I have the Paladin relic from ARR, I have the Astrologian relic from Heaven's Word. I do not and never will have a relic from Stormblood, and I am currently working on a relic I will probably never actually finish because it requires a dungeon that requires people, and that is the Shadowbringer one, which is on my Gunbreaker. So anyways, that's levies. That's how levies work. So this is the discussion about mentoring. We're a sprout right now. We can get rid of the sprout thing. I'm not going to because I don't care. There's also the mentor system, which... So the sprout system is definitely a wash. It's a little thing that pops up until you hit a certain point in the game or you type in a command to just get rid of it. I forget what the command is, and I don't care. There's also a returning player icon. Now, I kind of like this. I kind of like the icon. In fact, what I'm probably going to do is give a positive to gameplay for the icons systems in general. Because, you see, I've got the sprout next to me. If I was to AFK, there'll be a little chair, red chair next to me. There's a do not disturb icon. There's a I'm currently in a cutscene icon, so you can see when someone's in a cutscene. The icon system is actually pretty informative and helpful, and I do like it. So, that's cool. The sprout system in specific is just whatever. Yeah, I've actually had to ask people to tell me what several of the icons are. You can ask Rax. So, like, these people, for example, I actually forget what that... I think that's looking for group is the icon by their names right there. I think... Alex, is that a mentor icon? I'm not actually sure what that one is. Off the top of my head. Some things I don't know, to be completely honest with you. Maybe that's a mentor over there. But either way, there is good usage for these icons. There are good designs to it. It does deserve one positive. And yeah, again, going back to the community being awesome, some people will see that you're a sprout and treat you like a new player in a good way, right? Not as in, oh, you stupid noob. More like, take your time. Let's help explain how this and that and this works. You know, that kind of a thing. That's cool, and I do like that. The icon system. Honestly, I would give a plus even just for the being in a cutscene thing, though. I cannot tell you. We actually had this just this last lore week when I was leveling. We had this freaking thing where we were in an instance. And it was an Alexander instance. And one person was in a cutscene, and we could see that. We could see that because it was there. It's like, oh, hey, okay. We all just waited for them to finish watching their cutscene because, you know, that's cool. Good night, Lune Ruth. Anyways, so yeah, plus to that. Moving on. Quests. How fair are you? You rested and ready? Yes, I'm ready. Let's advance the quest. We need to go to Woad Whisper Canyon. Got it. So someone asks a very legitimate... That is an interesting looking crown. Oh, it's the ears. That's what that is. Someone asks a valid question. How do we gauge something like, par exemple, the community in an MMO? And the answer is that we don't. For the same reason that we don't give positives to a cool mod for a particular game, we don't give positives to a cool community in a game. That's on us. The game doesn't get credit for us, right? Good, bad, or in between. Doesn't matter. That's on us, not the game. Come on. That being said, there are theories, and I stress this because this is an unproven thing, that especially in multiplayer games, whether they be versus or co-op or MMO or whatever, there are aspects of game design that both facilitate and hinder a sense of community. I will give you two pieces of example right off the top of my head. As far as hindrance, WoW. WoW has the faction system, the Horde versus Alliance, and you cannot, until soon, you cannot talk or interact with or help the other side, and there's the PvP aspect of it, yada yada yada, right? So, that is something that does actively encourage or perhaps discourage community. Another example of this in terms... Yeah, it breeds a lot of tribalism, exactly. Another example of this is with regards to Guild Wars 2. Now, Guild Wars 2 is probably one of the most co-op friendly MMOs I've ever played in my life. It's actually really cool how they do this, but I don't want to gush too much about Guild Wars 2 right now. The relevant part here is that Guild Wars 2 has a system where not only do you gain credit for almost anything you do with regards to an encounter, so there's no problem with tagging and everyone shares credit equally, but things will die quicker if you group up, so there's a built-in mechanism for wanting you to participate in a group rather than doing it yourself, and there's a thing in the game where you can res people. Now, this seems like such a minor thing, but this is honestly and legitimately one of Guild Wars 2's most brilliant game mechanisms. Let's say someone dies in a game, right? So you fall over. I can't play dead. Oh, I'm dead. Ugh. Someone can walk up to me and just hit F. It's not even a skill. It's literally just a built-in mechanism of the game, and they can res me. Now, there's actually other layers to this. While you're downed, you actually have new abilities you can use to try and take care of yourselves. There's some extra abilities you can get eventually when you are when you're down, which you can unlock. Hey, break! Oh no, she's dead. So I can res her. Res. So while you're in down state, you have a death health bar. It slowly ticks down. Once it goes to 0, you get to what we call turbo dead. But while you're going down, you can do events to heal yourself. You can still take damage from enemies. And someone who's trying to res you heals you very quickly. 2 people heal you multiplicatively quickly. So 2 people healing you, it's not 2 times the healing. It's more like 5 times the healing, right? So they just go... So, in other words, the more people who are bothering to res, the faster people get back up, the faster they can get right back into combat and continue to contribute to the fight. Sense make? Did I mention that while you res people, you get credit for the encounter? Whether it's a group or it's a event or whatever, you get credit from resing, just like you get credit from healing, just like you get credit from doing damage. So there is actually a legitimate concept, a role, if you will, of someone who will go around and has just a bunch of live buttons so they can survive while resing everybody. And you can do that whether you're in the group or not, whether you're in the raid or not, anything, doesn't matter. Oh yeah, by the way, resing also gives you experience. That is encouraging community right there. That's not even all of the stuff Guild Wars 2 does. That's just probably their most brilliant system. Okay, so we're here. What cliff? Oh, the cliff behind us. Damn it, Bahamut. Why'd you break this thing in half? Cargo... No, actually, Dream Whisperer, because they're still going to have downtime if they're down. And that's going to cause you issues with regards to the encounter you're doing. Cargo needs to be pulled, so we got wood and pulleys, and blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yeah, this is new. Bahamut kind of wrecked a lot of the terrain. That's why it doesn't look like it did back in 1.0 anymore. So, glad I am to see you. A wagon driver just returned, screaming about a monstrosity. Sprang out from a 1,000,000 corn seedling in his cargo. Tossed it over the side before turning tail and running for his life. Whatever he pays for the cargo is yours to keep. After all, I don't really know what else is lurking in that plant, and you deserve to be rewarded for your troubles. Don't mind Brigwin. She's fine. She's fine. Don't think about it too much. I am an Arcanist, Disco. Later I'll be playing either a Bard or a Lancer, most likely. I'll let you vote when we get there. You can vote on a race, too. Anything other than Aura? Why is there no music playing? It's daytime. Whatever. Hang on, I'm trying to get caught up on the thing here. So here we go. Questions. I'm glad we have the QA bot. This is actually working out really well. Thank you again, Dizilog, for this. Do I know if the lack of voice acting was due to budget, prioritization, design philosophy, or something else? So, whip. I will say with total certainty that at least part of the lack of voice acting is due to budget and time. So, those of you who've ever participated in the Lore Walker Theater knows voice acting takes a while, especially if you want to do a good job of it. Especially when you're doing it in multiple languages effectively simultaneously. So, the studio that they get to do the English voice acting, which I believe is a British studio, does some good damned work. But, yeah, there's as we talked about, there's an inordinate amount of dialogue in this game. Voice acting, all of it, is not feasible. I agree with that. I think more of it should be voice acted, but doing 100% voice acting is just not in the cards. It's not practical. Oh god. Slugs. Yeah, FF14 has a legitimately silly amount of dialogue in it. Oh. I was going to help, but I literally couldn't cast in time. Yeah, we actually talked about the difference between Tor and FF14. First of all, FF14 has a substantially larger amount of dialogue than Tor. Second of all, Tor also cheats a little bit. A lot of its responses are generic responses, especially for the player characters. So, that's pretty. I think so, Jordan? I don't even remember, honestly. I guess we could talk about fates. So, fates are a build off of the old behest system. The way it works is, you pop into it, it's that blue circle. It's like, here, I'll go ahead and poke this thing once. Poke. There. I am now in this fate. Now, all of them are going to have to lower their level, because there is a level cap per fate. In this case, I believe it's level 10. Might be a little higher than that, because we're still level 12, but whatever, you get the idea. So you get dragged down... 15, thank you, 15. So we get dragged down to a level cap for the thing. We all participate in the fate. We all get credit for it in the form of that. Now, actually, I actually got bronze, which is absolutely hysterical. But you can get bronze, silver, and gold. In some cases, you really want to get gold. That gives you experience. Sometimes it gives you items. Most of the time, it gives you money. It is an alternate way to level. I'm always in favor of more methods of leveling. I hate fates. I'm not a big fan, especially because they lock you down. But drag you down in level. But more to the point, what tends to irritate me most about fates is when they're mandatory for some other quest. See the ARR relic. Fates on their own are just kind of whatever. Honestly, I feel like fates are, for the most part, a wash. They're there. They're another option for leveling. There's nothing really cool or interesting about them, with a couple of noteworthy exceptions. Like, yeah, there's the super boss fates, like Odin or whatever, but that's kind of it. Now, hang on. So there's actually something else. Good night, Dream Whisperer. There's actually something else. There are a couple, there's not many, but there are a couple of chained fates. You do a fate, it succeeds, you get another fate, you succeed, it gets another fate. We're going to have to review those pretty much on an individual level because it's so rare. It's not like Guild Wars 2 where that's the primary function, right? Where that's, you know, the whole event chaining thing that Guild Wars 2 does. It's like that, but a very light version of that. And generally speaking, to my knowledge, please correct me if I'm wrong on this, FF14 doesn't usually have branching chains when it comes to its fate chains. Whereas Guild Wars 2 has, you succeed here, but failed here, but succeed here, but succeed here, and you kind of go up the chain that way. Okay. Oh yeah, I should also probably, so you see, there's a blue quest. This is how blue quests work. You say, hey, and this is how you get levies. So I actually talked about this earlier, but this is the end thing. So it's right there. We have 8 allowances. Those regenerate per real time. And you accept it. And you go do it. I'll show you. I'll show you. Screw it. Let's just actually show you a levy. This is the only levy I'm going to do in the whole game. Right here. See that green thing on my map? It's right up here. That's the levy. We can just walk into it. We pull this up. We hit initiate. Yes. I will set it to max level. Plus 4, apparently. Now, there's our target right there. We are super gonna die, but it's okay. Can't even see my health bar, but that's okay. We got this. Yep, we're on our own, unless they also picked up the levy, which is a thing. Because you can group for these. Oops, wrong button. Wrong button. There's another one. Kill it. Oh, I can't help with that. So this is what I was talking about. Then it just warps us back. We turn in. You get a bonus based on how fast you do it and what your difficulty level is. And that's how levies work. They're not terrible. But then they have guild hests. We'll get to that in a minute. I don't know, Jordan. Or is Guild Quests right here? In which case, never mind. Is this Guild Test? Oh, this might actually be Guild Test. Hang on. So, Guild Tests. These... Hey, we've unlocked the Duty Finder. What's the default key for Duty Finder? See if I can find it before you tell me it. You. Got it. So we have one... So this is funny. These are guild tests. These are absolutely freaking worthless to do. Unless you're new to the game. I'm going to go ahead and do one. Anyone want to join me for this? We got 4 players. So here, let's get Rax. Goodbye. Where's Alex? There, I'll get Alex. I'm sort of stuck in my class, so I have to be DPS. It's fine. You don't have to actually join. This is probably good. We're good. So, yeah, it's gonna be a super quick guild test. But guild tests are honestly probably going to be a positive to gameplay, legitimately. But before I do that, I want to say thank you to Ross for interrupting me as usual and making me want to die. I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry. I'm just in a lot of pain right now. Oh my goodness. Okay. Thank you, Ross. If you know what you want to put that towards, please let me know. Does the free trial for FF14 have a time limit? Does anyone want to copy-paste the meme? I thought about doing it in the announcement, but I decided not to. I wanted to put out the video. Give me one moment, please. Do not want to take a full of those. One shot. You got it. Thank you. Okay. It's not that button. It's this button. So the reason guild tests are probably going to be a positive is because this is our tutorial. You remember FF4, FF5, FF6, and FF7 all had the same thing. They had the trainer room, right? You remember that? In Baron City, and in all the other places, right? Like that's what this is. This is your objective. Enemies will attack at once. Try to avoid engaging more than one party at a time by keeping an eye out for knockback attacks. If the Gobu spots you, he will order the other enemies to attack. This is teaching you how to attack enemies, how to access, how groups are going to kind of work, how you spawn things, which we're going to do right here. So, he's grouped. You can see the icon next to their names. That's how you indicate that's part of the same group. So if you aggro one of them, you aggro all of them. You get my point, right? This is a tutorial. This is straight up a tutorial. And it's a reasonably well-constructed one. It is very hand-holdy, but they're also very rapid fire. We're already done, by the way. And it's a good thing for people who've never played this stuff before, who are just starting out with the game or aren't sure what they're doing or whatever. We're going to have accommodation to Winter Zephyr, because he's the only one we can give accommodation to. We accept the reward for that. We get rid of that thing. And we wait a moment. There we go. And yeah, no, I agree. ARR, for all its problems, for how simple it is admittedly a good tutorial for MMOing in general. You may or may not notice, we've actually already got another one right there. We're going to go do this one too. Never. Von Falkenstein, I must kill my voice. There will be no voice left when I'm done. So, there should be a pop-up. There it is. So this will tell us how ads work. Now I know what you're thinking. We know what ads are, but what if this is the first MMO you're playing? What if this is the first time you're actually doing one of these things? So this explains the concept of ads. For those of you not aware, I'm just sick. Nemesis, just straight up sick. I call this the Thursday flu because about 30% of the time I get it from my nieces. Anyways, so the way this works is it explains what an ad is. What is an ad? If you're fighting a boss and it summons additional lower level, weaker enemies to come kill you, that is an ad. They're called that for a very obvious reason. It is an addition to the fight. It's a term that goes all the way back to EverQuest, where they first started coming up with that. Yeah, for those of you not aware, children, I love my nieces to death, but they are disease factories, and they go to school, which means they get diseases there, and then they bring them home, and so, yeah, I just... Every other Thursday, I just get sick because I interact with my kids. They're not my kids, but they might as well be my kids on a weekly basis. So, I actually can't do the next one. I'm too low level. But you get the point. I guess we don't have to do all of these, but you get the overall idea. So I am going to strongly suggest that this is either A or 2 positives to gameplay for tutorialization. Now, the reason I can be talked down from 2 is because while the guild tests do a lot of great stuff, I feel like their level recs are a little bit unnecessary. There's no reason to have this kind of a tutorial under a level 15 rec. There's no reason to lock that there. And they keep going, too. They go up to like 30, I want to say. And there's no reason to lock that behind that kind of tutorial stuff behind a level gate like that. So, it's a good tutorial, it's just a little bit too gated. Which sounds familiar. Nevertheless, guild tests. Yeah, exactly, Rax. It's like, hey, welcome to Cape Westwind. Here's how 8-mans work. What? Honestly, I think Cape Westwind is actually a better tutorial for 8-mans than the actual guild test one is, but that's just me. So yeah, plus to gameplay. Let's update the HUD a little bit. We haven't updated it in a minute. There we go. Okay. Okay. Main quest. So, this is the second time, actually more like the 5th time, but the second major time they've mentioned that the soil is having trouble growing stuff. I just want you to remember that. That is actually going to come up later. Everyone, of course, assumes the obvious, that this is because of Bahamut and what happened during the calamity. But here, got you your seeds. Yay, my seeds. Woo. There's a certain... The soil lacks a certain vital energy. Thus, I mean to restore a modicum of hope to its residents by growing a veritable ocean of corn. So, I will help you, sir. For I am totes cool. I'm not actually going to do your quest. Piss off. Yeah, Cape Westwind was the old Onyxia fight. You remember when Onyxia was a hard fight? Because I do. But it's the same thing. Nowadays, Onyxia is a joke, even if you're doing it at level. Of course, that's because everyone knows the fight, and right? One of the things... I'm sorry, this is going to sound off-topic, but I do think it's relevant to FF14. One of the things that a lot of people tend to forget when talking about WoW Vanilla, as well as FF14 ARR, is that when these games came out, nobody really knew the content, right? And we're still figuring stuff out. We're still figuring out how moves worked, and how abilities worked, and what class combinations worked, and you know, how to optimize, and all that fun stuff, right? Never mind actually knowing boss mechanics. It's the same thing over in WoW. When we first started WoW, when we were first raiding in WoW, Onyxia was a hard fight because we didn't know what the hell we were doing. You go back and it's a joke because everybody knows how those fights work now. We know the mechanics, we know how the game works. And I've always felt that, in addition to the gear thing, that's one of the reasons, excuse me, why ARR old content just gets absolutely crunched. Because we all know what we're doing at this point. For those of you who have seen the, oh god, what's the animated FF14 comic? He actually does all the FF stuff, but he's recently been going through FF14. Rabtoons. There's a Rabtoons animation about the Cape Westwind fight we just talked about. And it's really funny, because there's the dude's like, alright, I'm ready to fight this big boss, and I'm completely ready. And one of the party members is like, hold up. Just calm your jets there. It's like, what? Why? And then the other party members show up and absolutely destroy the boss in like 10 seconds. And that is about right. Lol, Rex. Anyways, okay, so. Relighting the torch. Cast your eyes toward the brewer's beacon. Does its light not seem uncommonly weak? I don't even know where it is. It cannot possibly be bright enough to guide ships in the sailing bay. Oh yeah, the lighthouse. One of my least favorite dungeons in ARR, by the way. So, I would march over to the lighthouse and investigate myself, but I am duty-bound to remain at my post. I would consider it a favor if you can make a visit to the brewer's beacon and see if we can get it. Okay, so we'll check out the beacon. Cool. I should probably also unlock this, because I haven't done that. I keep forgetting I have to do that. I know y'all are concerned about my voice. Let me be very clear. My throat's fine. It is my head that is the problem. If I have to pause, it is because of the headache/migraine. I'll admit, I do find rap tunes only occasionally funny. They really like coarse and crude humor, which is not my thing. And that's just me. That's just how I am. So it's nothing else for that. Oh yeah, we're in a party now. Listen, Alex. It's okay. I'll either feel worse or better tomorrow. One of the two. No, the reason I sound like this is because I am severely dehydrated. And there's no real fixing that at the moment. I am a prude, but I've never liked crude humor. Like, I don't think fart jokes are funny. And I don't think... You know, how... Cruelty. I don't think cruelty is funny, you know. Not just Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude, excuse me. It's just not my thing. That's why I only find South Park funny about half the time. Okay. So, they light this lighthouse with a bomb. So... No, not that kind of bomb. The enemy type. Favorite fart joke. I don't think I have ever laughed at a fart joke in my life. So. So this is how we do this. This is also something that's been improved thanks to some interface changes in recent years. This is stupid. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I need to refill my water soon, though. It's a real problem I'm having. Well, no, I'm really having like 15 problems, but... Huh. Also out of Dramamine. So that's another problem I have to deal with in a minute. I think I have one in the bathroom, though, so... That means I have to get up from the computer, and that's just unacceptable. I can't stop streaming. Like, that would be rude of me. I've actually had people tell me how they think it's untoward and unprofessional that occasionally I'll get up from streaming during my 10-hour streams. That's actually a comment I've gotten in my YouTube comments. So, we got the bomb back. Lighthouse is reignited. This is what I mean when I say I'm just going to summarize some of these quests, because there's nothing else that really needs to be added to that. Hey, Peloton. Which goes away the moment you enter combat. At least we don't get dazed when we're hit with it, right? I'm not really joking about Falkenstein. It does feel like getting up from the computer during a stream feels rude of me. I don't like doing it if I can avoid it. Oh, sure, now the music starts up. So the furnace is damaged. You want me to go to the guild master and explain what's going on. It's okay. So this is a cool little feature. this is where my quest is. So we're just going to do that there. Oh, yeah. Like, I mentioned how the lack of co-op is one of my least favorite things about FF14. Days as a mechanic is probably my least favorite thing about WoW. What's really funny about it is I always hear arguments defending it. Well, if days didn't exist, then people could just avoid fighting enemies. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, no! I shouldn't talk like that, but God, that's your defense? Really? Days. Let me describe days for you. Okay, this is cool. I can actually describe this right now. So let's assume for a moment that I'm running through and I suddenly get hit by an enemy. It has a chance to daze me. What happens is this, and my movement speed is locked at walking speed while days exist. While you're dazed, you can get dazed again, so they can refresh the daze duration. That's daze. Hang on, it's actually worse than that. If you were mounted, you get dismounted when you get dazed, so now you're walking. Anybody who knows me in WoW knows that I have a long-standing policy going back to BC that if I am going through low-level content and I get dazed, whatever just dazed me is dead. I turn around and nuke it in its face. For the crime of interrupting me. It's also faster, generally speaking. Okay, so the furnace needs repairs. Oh my god, maybe the bomb I trapped in there was too volatile. I'll have an artisan check out the lighthouse. Cool, thank you. Give me money. Yeah, no kidding. I cannot believe that WoW has never gotten rid of days. Just... Oh. That's a good point, Alex. Hang on, let me jot that down. That is a good point. So let's see. We've got... What's really funny is extremely recently, they have actually added, this is in BFA, I think. No, it was in Legion. It was in BFA. They added an equipment slot for your mount. One of the pieces of equipment you could get removes days. Guess what I have in all of my characters? By the way, you might think, hey, hold on. That's a good thing, right? Well, it means that that one equipment slot is taken up by that instead of all the other equipment slots, and there are several mount equipment slots which are more useful and more interesting than remove days. No, I cannot, Disco. It is beyond my capacity. Anyways, I'm gonna take one quick minute. I am running out of water, and I don't want to run out of water. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I know I'm sick. I'm cold. I'm cold. In full uniform. In my workroom. I just turned on the heater. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. No, it's very unlikely to be COVID. I actually already answered this. I have adorable children that I see every Monday. And so periodically I just get sick. Because that's how that works. Okay, they're working on building a warship. And they're also... This is also our tutorial quest. Ugh. Good lord. I'm cold. How am I cold? This is also our tutorial quest for how chocobos work. Whew. So let's do... Yep, okay. Dude, Alex, I'm in a coat, in a suit, and pants. Like, I'm usually quite warm. Especially while streaming. Like, this is unusual. Oh yeah, here we are, okay. We don't actually get a chocobo now. We will be using one, though. We will. I'll actually show it off and everything, because it is technically faster. I have taken a hydrocodone, but I've also been taking various other things to assist in the process. By the way, you can name your chocobo in this game. I would like to guess what the name of my chocobo is on my main. For a bit of perspective, my character's name is Lore Runner. First name Lore, last name Runner. Camper is correct. It is the Ruminator. My mage is getting some bonus action. I'm going the right way. I'm going the right way. Now, what's funny is we might not be able to use it here, but we're at least going to try here. I'd like to hire to go to Limsa, Lominsa. Yeah, no, we actually can't use it. Never mind. We went all this way for nothing. Moving on. Are we 15? No, we're 13 right now. Yeah, I think we're going to be fine, experience-wise. I think the couple of hunts we've been doing as we literally are going has been acceptable. While we're walking, that's a good time for questions. Let's pull up the question bot here. Triaxia says, for the guess of gameplay time, is it for all expansions or just ARR? The answer is all expansions for the whole run. Triaxia also asks, when did WoW's community get so mean and toxic? So that's a bit of a leading question, so let me go ahead and say that WoW's community is not mean and toxic. No, it really isn't. It's got that rep. But you know how reps work, right? There are plenty of toxic people within World of Warcraft, and I don't want to sound otherwise. But do keep in mind that the main reason that most people tend to say that is either A, because they've had a particularly bad encounter, or B, because there's just a large number of people there. In fact, I have actually used WoW as an example of what I call sample size theory. AKA, the only reason people actually think it's so much more is because of the higher percentage, so they have a higher chance of encountering someone like that, yada yada yada. Loner says, are you perhaps aware of any real-life fictional pirates who retired? Yes, I am, of course, am. A certain Chinese woman, or, yeah, Chinese woman certainly comes to mind. Yeah, no, Von Falkenstein is correct. There is a very loud, very vocal minority in WoW. Now, that's as recent as I last played. I will actually freely admit I haven't played WoW in a bit. Because, you know, I'm doing the MMO thing. And yeah, I've seen a few jackasses in 14. But by and large, percentage-wise, my experience in both games has been much more positive than negative. So, that's awesome. People are cool. I'm working on it, Magister. Okay, so what can we do so we don't ask questions that I've already asked? Nothing. Alex says, any thoughts on Virgilio back in Valhalla? Oh god, I don't know, dude. He's awesome. There, okay. Like, I mean that. Like, he gets a slot on the ship, you know what I mean? He gets a... I'm going the right way, right? Yeah, I am. He's kind of cool. And he did some cool stuff back in the day. You know, it's one of the things I talked about when it came to Valhalla as a game, is the setting is awful and terrible and horrible. But the people are pretty legit. And that sounds about right, because I could say the same thing about real life. Maz says, do you think we're able to see Sephiroth as a raid boss? So if you asked me that a few years ago, I would say no. But I would say the odds of that have actually gone up, not down, especially after FF7R1 and the success thereof. There are plenty of ways to get bonus fights in ways that either do or do not coincide with canon. See Omega and Nier for 2 examples of how to do that. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Where am I? Whatever. No, there it is. Sorry, I'm actually an idiot. I keep forgetting that I don't have all these unlocked. Yeah, exactly, Rex. Exactly. And honestly, the XIV fight is still one of my favorite Black Mage fights in gaming. Just in general. So that's pretty cool. Listen, Yoko Taro says a lot of things, right? A lot of things. He once said purple dishwasher soap. And it's like, well, you know, that's pretty interesting. I love the butterfly motif there. So, Zactaf says, what level would Wesker be in Marvel or DC? Oh, I don't know, like low to mid. Like Captain America-ish level. Something like that. Fife says, so 1.0 took place before the 7th Umbral Calamity. I'm actually not familiar with the terminology on that one precisely. Hang on, let me check. Because I'm pretty sure we're in the 7th Umbral era right now. And we're about to be in the 7th Astral era. After we beat the main thing. Okay, yeah, I'm right. I want to get my terminology right. I honestly get Astral and Umbral confused all the damn time. So. So I have a missive. Pending arrival. Yeah, here. The Victory is the name of that ship they're building up there. Another delay. I'm well aware of the shortage of skilled artisans, but this is insufferable. Sorry, the messenger does not deserve to bear the brunt of my frustration. I'm out of your name. My name is Mittens. Mittens the Kittens. I'm just a bunch of kittens in a suit. The proud maiden you see taking ship for is a Victory, the first new vessel to grace the docks since the Calamity. We may have lost the bulk of our ships that day, but starting with this beauty, we will restore the fleet to its former glory. The Victory is more than a simple warship. It is a symbol of Limsa Lominsa's rebirth from the wreckage wrought by the coming of the 7th Umbral era. Thus are we striving to complete our construction as swiftly as possible, even going so far as to hire veteran shipwrights from outside the thalassocracy. Yet even with such unprecedented measures, there are never enough hands to handle the abundance of tasks. Should you choose to linger, there's no end of jobs. So, I'm going to talk about economics now. If you don't want to hear me talk about economics, this is a good time to mute the stream. one of the most consistently and persistently best ways for a government body here, I'm going to talk for a minute, to provide economic stimulus in a era of strife or difficulty or depression is public works projects. Now, I should probably mention that just throwing money at public works projects is stupid. You need to do it properly. You need to do stuff that will actually be used. You need to do stuff that's actually going to push forward industries. But if you let me get Alex in here. But if you sit down and say, okay, we're trying to get all these people to actually develop the nearby land. We're trying to get them to stop being pirates. We're facing problems from the beast tribes. We'll talk about that later. How do we actually get more of these people involved? Well, why don't we build a ship? And I know this is a warship, but for all intents and purposes, this ship that's being built behind us here is a public works project. This is actually a really cool concept, because what this does, think about this for a minute. What this does is you have to have people who harvest the materials, people who transport the materials, people who process the materials into something you can use, and then the actual people who are building the ship, the people who are designing the ship. You have to have the trade convoy set up, which means defenses and protection. This quite literally creates jobs. And the reason why these kind of public works tend to work so well, if it's done properly, is because as a consequence of doing so, you have now not only created a bunch of jobs for people, but once you're done with it, it's something you can use, a ship in this case, an interstate highway in a real life example, or a particular aqueduct, to go back a little bit historically speaking. So we have something useful that creates a large amount of jobs, that's going to get people working, that's going to get things moving forward. It is a brilliant idea if you do it properly. And I keep adding that last proviso because some nations, which I will not name right now, in real life, modern era, have said, aha, that's a great idea, and have thrown literally trillions at public works projects that are then immediately abandoned and never used because they were just there to, create jobs. Nevertheless, I'm only pointing this out because even though we haven't even met the woman yet, although we actually did see her in a cutscene, the Admiral continues to show how she is a long-term thinker and show how she is someone who absolutely knows what she's doing with regards to turning the Limsa Lominsas into an actual thriving city-state. It is legitimately surprising how smart her operations are. And we're going to be talking about this when it comes to the other two city-states as well, because Ul'dah is all about politics, but not in a good way, as opposed to this game, as opposed to Merylwib, who has been doing it in a good way. And then Gridania, we'll get to Gridania. So, anyways, economics talk over. Wong. Where in the seven hells is that man? Not once in 12 moons has he been late with a shipment, and now 2 whole turns of the sun without a word. Yeah, we will, Valerian. We will. Oh yeah, no, Ul'dah is absolutely rife with corruption. It makes for some fantastic storytelling, but Uldah's a mess. Limsa Lominsa is improving. Ul'dah is actually... So we've talked before about how there's developing... there's stagnant economies, there's developing economies, and there's decaying economy. I forget the term, but these are actually official terms. And then there's Japan. Limsa Lominsa is a developing economy. It is getting better, it is getting stronger, it is having growth, it is improving the lifestyle of its people, yada yada yada. Ul'dah is a descending economy. Things are actually getting worse. The price gap between people of different castes, classes, and economic ways of life is getting larger. And it's going... We're going to talk more about the specifics when we get there. Gridania, by the way, would probably be the stagnant one. But anyways. So, there's a shipwright. I doubt he's telling me the truth. Go/doubt at him. Okay, we can do that. Where is this person? It's down there. Does someone want to ferry me down there? I'm just curious. There we go. Thank you. Yes, the Lalafelians have everything to do with the fact. Actually, ironically, they kind of do, but the fact that they're Lalafels has nothing to do with anything. By the way, see that in the distance? How many of you, when you first played ARR, were just like, huh? when you just see these weird formations here and there. I'm going to go ahead and give away a piece of information on that. That is a consequence of the calamity. This kind of stuff is left over. So remember, everything's made of magic, right? Magic is the atoms. Ether is the atoms of matter within this setting. So when it gets a little bit too infused or too warped or whatever, that's a consequence of that. So that's more or less just literally what used to be the ground over there. And now it's just this big spike of matter that's been restructured back into something relatively solid. We'll be showing off several of those as we go. I don't know if I can see it from here. I don't think I can. But the lighthouse, which we will be doing at some point, is a perfect example, the Pharos Lighthouse, of just how bad these things have been hit. So anyways. Right. Yes, I doubt you, sir. Slashed out. He reacts. Turtleback Island, he cannot do that. I swear, Navigator Richard, so I know not of this realm nor its precious supplies. We here at the Quay have had enough trouble these past few suns. Well, with the sinking of the Lominsa cargo ship off the Salt Strand. I haven't had time to take a proper piss, let alone make note of every scrag that wanders in and off the grip. One thing you're going to learn, and by the way, this is a perfect game to talk about how the system is already designed to allow for more than 3 positives for a specific thing. We're going to get so many positives for world building in this game. So many. There is so much world building on display, so much visual storytelling on display. Wait until we get to the Burn, for God's sakes. Which isn't just a pretty place. In fact, let's just jot it down right here. Because what we're probably going to do is give visual storytelling positives per area, or per zone, or per dungeon. Because there is just so much world building going on. Sort of Arspruce. So remember, everything's made of magic, right? So if you concentrate way too much ether in one specific spot, and I think Alex mentioned this in chat, it really warps the surrounding everything, because everything's made of magic. It's like having a huge amount of radiation just dumped into you all at the same time, except worse in every way. We will actually be seeing some of the consequences on people when they are too close to these kind of events later. So yeah, we're gonna be seeing a whole lot of the consequences of Dalamud. Yeah, actually, the mana bomb over in Warcraft is quite similar in concept. The only difference is, of course, you're not made of magic in Warcraft, but here you're made of magic. So think about that. Imagine if you were actually constructed of magical energy, and then a mana bomb goes off. Anyways. So, if you still have time to stand here asking questions, blah, 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 let's go check in to see if this navigator is alive or dead. It's up there. That's not that far. I just run there. Yeah, it's actually worse in many ways than Tiberium. In all in total sincerity, we always ask, would you want to live in a particular setting questions? I would not want to live in Hydaelyn. Oh my god, no. Hydaelyn is a nightmare state, even assuming I was also made of magic, which of course I am not. I'm made of time, as we all know. This would be an unpleasant place to live for many reasons. By the way, notice you can start to see the ground warp and twist the closer we get to that mess over there. Just look at that. Look at that. Hi, Lonely Sparrow. I don't remember when that episode's going live, but I hope you like my video on it when it does. Don't worry, I'll sound a little bit better than I do right now. So this guy is hiding out. Yeah, exactly, Rax. 2 nights passed. I made the trip from the dry docks to Candlekeep Quay, just as the foreman asked. The seas were right rough, and the captain of the cargo ship was wary of bringing her too close to the cliffs, so I paid a few coins to a fisher to take me out to meet her. By the time we were halfway twixt the shore in the ship, the swells had risen us to nigh on 10 yalms. Oh, by the way, they have their own measurements and distances in there. Let's ignore Shadowbringers for right now. So the general approach for lore runs is, here's the timeline of the game. We try to operate on, we talk about things as we go. So we're talking about stuff that's already happened. Error, Dalamud, the Cataclysm. We're not talking about stuff that hasn't come up until it comes up. Does that make? That's pretty much standard policy here. So try as we might to steady the boat. Nature's grip was too tight and we were flung headlong into the Lominsa galley. When I awoke, ship gone, cargo was strewn across the strand. I made every effort to salvage it, But now the sands are crawling with Kieran, and I don't have a sword. So you see why I can't return to the dry docks. I got you, fam. And by I mean these people got you, and I'm just going to pretend I'm helping. I got this. Watch, this thing's going to die. I'm just going to point at it. It's going to die. Watch this. Got to really concentrate the pointing power. Oh, it's dead. Look at that. Just that's how strong my points are. It's incredible, really. I get silly when I'm tired. I'm sorry. Eorzea or Tamriel? Ooh. That's a good question, actually. Let me think about that for a second. I know, right? Giga Pudding is just BAM! See, the problem with Tamriel is your problems don't go away when you die in Tamriel. And they are... Oh, Jesus Christ. Help! 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 Ah! They arguably get worse. So I'd probably still take Eorzea over Tamriel. Especially type 3. Oh, God! Okay, we're okay. Everything's safe. Everything's safe forever. I just gotta... why are people donating now? It's gotta be the worst stream I put out since... You remember when I streamed Kingdom Come Deliverance? I was really, really sick that day. It's a damn good game, though. That was a fun game to discuss. I will not bow Blade Turval, but only because you requested it. Thank you. I will put that towards Star Ocean. Is that on the list? I mean, it doesn't matter. I own it. It's a PSP game, but... I think that is on the list. Because I think it's been there for a long time. Either way, thank you very, very much. By the way, for those of you not aware, I do appreciate your following me around and participating. I really do. I know that there's not much you can actually do to interact. It's just kind of cool to have you here. If that makes any freaking kind of sense. So thank you for being here with me. It's like what my sister does, you know, when I'm out doing yard work, you know, lifting things that are several hundred pounds. She's there just to keep me company, right? And I appreciate that. And then my niece is out there picking up tiny, tiny little twigs and putting them away and making me die of adorableness. Because she's helping. She sees what I'm doing, and so she helps. She is the cutest thing. You have no idea. Anyways, last night I was tossed into the sea like some stole of rags. It was long before the world around me faded to black as I slipped deeper into the abyss. But lo! The navigator wouldn't see me to the gates since 7 hells, and I woke to find myself washed ashore. And I've been here ever since, waiting for a chance. Here's your cargo, sir. That's right, I would have to talk to the walls. They're not going to pay you. I'll deliver the supplies, but I first must stop at the quay, so I might pay respects to the widow of the brave fisher who gave her life. So, one of the common trends in this game, and this is true through almost all of it through Shadowbringers. We are Superman. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, so we're super powerful? I mean, yes, but that's not actually what I mean at all. What is Superman narratively at his most core? A helper is true, but that's not quite what I meant. A tool? No. Altruistic? Also true. He is Bingo Harian. He is an inspiration. Other people, especially in the well-written stories in DC, are inspired by him. And the world is quite literally a better place for him, not because he can stop meteors and not because he can punch Darkseid, but because he is such a generally good person that other people show how good they can be too. And we see a lot of that in this game. Remember what happened earlier? Severin, the dude who had fled from the Reavers and was selling out his friends, well, his comrades, to the things, and he interacted with us, and we saved his bacon, and he was just like, you know what? And he manned up, didn't he? He became a better person. He took action, which is the hardest part. It's easy to say that, but he actually went out there and did better because of us. Yeah, no kidding, Rax. It is a wonderful thing and a beautiful thing. And frankly, I'm going to jot that down on a theme because I love it so much. if I could be honest for just a second. So I'm starting to cry. I believe this in real life, too. I believe that Emperor Valerian really does eat puppies in real life. No, I'm joking, I'm joking, I'm joking. I believe this in real life. I believe it. I believe that people lean towards good. I do. I really actually believe that in real life people lean towards good. And I feel like, given the chance, more people than not will help a stranger. Or give a kind word, or whatever. And I've seen this so many times in my 40 years that I cannot possibly believe otherwise. God damn, I'm sorry. I'm usually not this weepy, I swear. It's just because I'm so tired. Oh my god. So it's nice to play a game like this, and I mean that, because it's fiction, but it's seeing it in action, isn't it? I mean, we're what? A couple hours into one of the first story arcs? We've already seen this type of storytelling. We've already seen this, and we will continue to see this. Ooh. Yeah, no, being able to play the Warrior of Light has legitimately been a boost to my morale and to my endurance over the years. I'm sorry, I need to get some food in me. I'm getting a little bit too nauseous. Please give me just a moment. The leftover taco. I have a lot of reheat food ready to go for this run. Oh my god, stop giving me money. Exactly, Magister. Exactly. We have a lot of people here. What's up, everyone? I actually agree with that, Von Falkenstein, especially in this setting. But I do agree. We're absolutely going to give a plus to story for that theme of being an inspiration. It's awesome and I love it. Earlier, Magister mentioned Witcher 2. Games like that bother me because the whole point of Witcher 2 is you're pathetic and nothing can get better. And that doesn't gel with me, right? You know what the opposite of that is? Dragon Age freaking Origins. And I know that's a weird thing to say because anybody who really knows the lore of Dragon Age knows just how messed up that world is. And yet, Dragon Age Origins is a astonishingly uplifting game. It is a positive game. It is a game about helping people. It is a game about redeeming people and restoring people and healing people and them helping you. There's a reason why the culminate scene of all of Dragon Age Origins is the army marching forth, which is comprised of all the people you helped, all the quests you did, and all the choices you made throughout that game. Sorry. Everyone in chat's like, God, you're so sappy, Laura. Yeah, well, I'm old. What do you want from me? Thank you, Emperor Valerian. You can absolutely add Victoria 3. I very much want to try out Victoria 3. Damn right it is, Rex. Yeah, it's funny, actually, because Dragon Age Origins can also be really horrifically dark. But that's on you, isn't it? It's one of the things I like about that game, even though I would never do that. The fact of the matter is, you can decide to be just messed up evil in that game. It's on you. Choices. You know, everyone talks about Mass Effect. No, Dragon Age Origins. That's a choices game right there. Yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn. It's another one. Absolutely. I tend to like games like that. It's funny because some people who don't understand me all that well, and I don't mean that as an insult, ask questions like, why do you like such dark storytelling when you get depressed so easily. Dark storytelling is... Dragon Age Origins is a dark story. That doesn't mean it can't be uplifting, right? Mass Effect 2 is a dark story, but doesn't mean it can't be uplifting. Final Fantasy VI is a very dark story, and that game is almost built on the concept of hope. Yes, sorry, Gary, PAX is out of town, officially. I'm going to call off tonight, because, I don't know if you could tell, but I'm not doing great. I probably shouldn't even be streaming. Zelda! Twilight Princess! A very dark game. Very uplifting. DS9! Star Trek DS9, absolutely. Another great example of that. I mean, I would be down for an Ori Rando, if not for this. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I'll poke you. Okay, so anyway, sorry. Way off topic. Plus the story. Bits from Nithrius. I sound like chapters from a self-help booklet. Thank you, Nithrius. If you know what you want to put that towards, please let me know. And I did get the sub from Midpoint Dexter. Thank you very much. I'll put that toward whatever the hell you want me to put it towards. Oh, wait, no. Midpoint Dexter said dealer's choice. Nithrius, what do you want me to put that towards? I agree with that, Lonely Sparrow. Belseal. Done and done. No, it's okay. The pain pills have finally started kicking in, so I'm doing a little bit better here. Forever. My body is way too resistant to pain meds. Okay. It was hell when I was actually recovering from surgery. Hey, we got your supplies. Is that the monk suit, Disco? Yeah, I did take a half of a hydrocodone. A while ago, actually. I don't like to take hydrocodone, but I keep them for emergencies. So, there was no storm that day. The seas were adjacent to... okay, so... I'm sorry. I kind of skipped over the dialogue, but remember the guy was talking about how there's this big storm and they lost their cargo, and that's why he was staying behind, because he couldn't get the cargo? So, this guy says there was no storm that day. The seas here, adjacent the docks, were as calm as a slumbering child. This leads me to believe that the trouble the ships encountered off Candlekeep Quay was of a less natural sort, the sort of which the Sahagin have been known to cover. So we're pulling the Sahagin back into the focus a little bit more here. Ding. There's 15. We're pretty much covered now for level for the rest of this character's existence. While I initially had my doubts about your motives, you have repeatedly proven yourself an asset. I do not like you, but that doesn't mean I don't have to trust you. Cashel's giving me money. Please stop it. The head of the watch here believes the pirates may be planning an attack on the Victory, and she requires assistance. Despite all Limsa has endured before, during, and following the calamity, the fact that there are still those who have turned their back on the city-states and they might line their pockets with a handful of coin sickens me. With ya! Don't worry. It's not entirely their fault. Love the outfit, by the way, Zero. Yeah, let's get a slightly closer shot of that. Ah, there we go. Kind of see that there. Oh, you don't have the glasses, though. Alright, where am I going? Oh, it's right here. I'll just go. Let's go. Yeah, Zero likes their glam game, I'll tell you that much. Thank you, Cashel. Very much. I will freely admit, I tend to do more glam work over in WoW because I frankly like the interface in that game better. But I have actually put together several suits for this run. I hope you'll enjoy them. They're all pretty boring, but I spent the time and the effort on them, and by God, you're going to look at them, so screw you! I mean, hi. Yes, they call it Glamour, Magister. Glamour and Transmogging are similar systems, although there are a lot of limitations on how Glamour works, but we'll get there. And that's going towards Ys 8. Yeah, I actually agree with Rax. That's the thing. As usual, I really wish we could just merge WoW and 14 systems. Because, holy crap. Alright. How close are we to Sastosh? Does anybody know? No DK area. I'm making a point to keep an eye on the new areas. Protocol. I think this is our first real Storm... Stormcloak? No. Storm someone. Do angry pirates dream? Alex Korbianiki. Yeah, I feel like we're close to Sestasha. I feel like it's pretty soon. Because we're on the story arc right now that's going to lead to it. Yeah, of course there is, Bretzel. So, you appear to be a model citizen. That and the foreman seems to think highly of it, which I admit is shocking. He doesn't even trust his own mother. Very well. I assume he's informed you of what's going on. Yeah, let's make this a little bit bigger so I can see what's going on there. Got it. Going after pirates. There's a giant T-Rex, but that's okay. I think you're right. I think it's City Tour and then Sestasha. We might not do the City Tour on each character. I haven't decided yet. Because, well, whatever. We'll get there. No more sardines for me. Tonight I shall dine on the finest salmon of the peninsula. Why? I had a little wager going on with some of the guards who would recommend for my next job, and my money was on you. Yes, that's right. People are already betting on us being the person who gets certain jobs. Anyways. So. Let's go deal with some pirates. Actually, no, these are pirates. These are the messed up kind. I think so, Blade Traval. I'm going to admit, I don't have as much off the top of my head knowledge of this game as I would like. That's why this is a pseudo-lore run. I just don't know FF14 inside and out by memory like I do some other games. But yeah, we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna share. I hope you at least find some of my insights fascinating. I know all we've really talked about is economics so far, but whatever. I do not, Bella. I'm giving you to the count of 9 to crawl back on that path and carry your adventuring arse. We actually saw this guy earlier, by the way. Down to whatever rock it is you crawled out from under. You see, I've had it up to my ears with your type, roaming the hills. Oh, God, how do you read that? Roaming the hills like there was yours to roam. Yeah, we're not doing that. It's getting to be a man can't enjoy a mug of rum without some shite breath outlander running up and asking which way to the local leave meet. 7 hells if I know. I'm a bloody pirate, goddamn it. Hell's balls. Once we have my boys back, I'm putting this godforsaken pisshole of an island so far behind me, no one will remember I was ever here. Come on, Skags. We've knives to sharpen. Agreed, Cashel. Okay, I don't know. I will always give credit. Even in ARR, I will always give credit to the world building. I like how their outfit here, Lindley, Plowser here's outfit is just so much better than mine. Of course, I haven't upgraded mine since then. There are pirates in this game. In fact, honestly, most of the Limsa and Lominsans we've interacted with, which are cool, are pirates. Or were pirates. Ah, hi, Pretz. I noticed you've been leveling with me. Rain. The simplest answer, Magister, is marketing. If we say, we're coming up with a new MMO, it's called Eorzea Online. Okay. If we say, we're making a new MMO, it's called Final Fantasy XIV Online. Lots more interest generated. There are other reasons, but that's the big one. So the trespassers are pirates, and they're planning something. But what is this talk of getting my boy back? Could it be their target never was the victory? Something's not right. I won't sit idly by waiting for pirates to make the first boot. We shall increase patrols immediately. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. By the way, I want to play a game with those of you who know this game's story, okay? Now, no spoilers. But what I want to know is at what point do you think we have begun? At what point do you think we have finished becoming the Star Destroyer? And those of you who know this story know what I mean by that. And if you don't, well, then I'll explain it. I have my own answer for that, but I want to hear everyone else's too. When do we get there? Not yet, not yet. So I'm concerned. It seems the pirates I had you investigate are on the move. They creep ever closer to the dry docks, so I must assume they mean to target the Victory herself. That ship is the symbol of everything Limsa strives to become, and I will not allow these base scoundrels to lay a single finger on her hull. We must apprehend them before they put their plans into motion, and you are just the man to do it. So, Moments ago, my guard submitted reports of suspicious activity in the area. Pray begin your efforts by listening to one of their accounts firsthand. 30-something, I think? Ifrit? What to say? It's a good question, Andy, but I actually already answered it. 20. Oh, it's earlier than I thought. I hate you, Canada Bangs. Forever. Just infinite hate. I have so much hate in my heart. It just springs forth. Hang on. I'm just going to give a plus to story right now. I've been thinking about this for a bit. It's basically a plus for the story arc we're doing right now, the Lominsa story arc. I love the world building on display. I love the perspective. I love the slow escalation. I love the slow burn. I love that... Oh, for just a second I thought that you named your chocobo Rax. I was like, what the hell, man? Excuse me. So let me describe Star Destroyer after I read this. Okay, got her report, and she's happy to have us. Yep, the Raxy Taxi. I will never call you that again, Rax, I promise. So, what is a Star Destroyer? I'm just going to answer you. It is a big, powerful ship. It is a death machine. It is actually, in terms of ship classifications, a battle star, which means it is a troop transport while being a carrier, while being a battleship. It is a monstrosity in combat. And there's very, very little in the Star Wars setting that can actually deal with a Star Destroyer if it's captained by a proper crew. And, this is the critical part, if it has proper support. Support craft, support personnel, support ships, support resources. So you get it, right? What am I missing here? That is a Star Destroyer. It is an incredible machine, but only if it has the infrastructure there to support it. Now, do you see why I call us a Star Destroyer? Okay, did he just jump? Okay, whatever. Of course, we can't jump. Can someone take me down there, please? So I don't have to go all the way around. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I was leaning towards too, Rax. But we'll get there. Whoop, whoop. See, I can't ride a behemoth. Well, in this setting, stars are what they call planets. Thank you, Bragwin. If I can... Oh, God. Oh, I have to invite you. Hang on, let me invite you. Yeah, thank you, Disco. So, they call planets stars in this setting for some stupid reason or another. There we go. Now, could a Star Destroyer destroy a planet? The answer is abso-frickin-lutely yes. There's a reason why the phrase Base Delta Zero exists. That phrase has actually persisted across the EU and the AU. Now, I'm pretty sure something's going to happen here, so give me a minute. Yep. Cannot commence while in a party. So this is what I was talking about earlier. I'm just showing this off on camera. Yeah, exactly, Rex. I literally cannot start the quest because I'm in a party. That's how bad, that's the aggressive anti-co-op thing I was talking about. I literally have to leave party in order to do this quest. When we get there, it'll be in Stormblood. I will point out a particularly egregious example of that. So you found one of the pirates, did you? Oh, yeah. By the way, I don't really like the Grand Company armor, outfit, whatever you want to call that. But if I had to pick one, I would say that the red one, the Storm whatevers, is the coolest looking one, personally. I knew you were the right adventurer to ask for aid. But what could these knaves be planning? What's to happen is already happening. Captain, trouble at the shipyard. South Figaro has already been attacked. Pirates out of nowhere. Stuck me good. Gods below, we're not prepared for this. Pirates, soldier, how much do they number? Not more. Seem to be carrying explosives. Limsa, you heard the situation. Kill them to pieces. Done. That makes sense, Inamisho. This way, right? Nope, it is this way. Okay. Yeah, time to murdenate the countryside. And murdenate the peasants. See if I can play this class properly with none of my hot keys or bindings or anything, and just kind of making it up as I go. It always makes me happy when at least one person gets that one, Maverick. I am a little undergeared. I am in level 5 gear right now. I'm kind of doing that on purpose, though, because I'm pretty sure that the gear barrier doesn't really run into... we don't really run into the gear barrier until probably around Titan-ish. Maybe even after that. I remember distinctly the first time I played this game, I was going off of just quest gear, which is not great. And I was doing relatively fine for the majority of the game. I completely screwed up this fight. I'll let you pick, Alex. It might have been Garuda, now that you're saying that, Rex. Let's do that. For the record, I do actually like Summoner nowadays. It was a very close tie between Summoner and Red Mage for my Mage main. That was uncertain. Never reckoned it'd be this easy. Still don't trust those slimy bastards, but their plan... Sorry, that came out of nowhere. The plan worked. Dad, what are you doing, you great bloody fool? Shut your trap, boy. This will all be over soon. All that's left now is to blow this ugly pile of driftwood to splinters. Pause. You remember that whole speech I gave about infrastructure and public works and revitalizing an economy and a developing economy? You remember that? So I want you to really keep all of that in mind and how important that is and how smart that is and how successful that has been. And then I want you to imagine that this guy wants to blow up one of the only public works projects they've been dumping money into. Really think about that for a second. Why do such a thing? Do you have any idea how important this ship is? Yes. What it represents? Yes. Even ignoring that's ignoring the symbolism of this too. This is a practical, tangible problem, as well as a metaphorical, intangible problem. That's what makes it all the sweeter. Whatever it takes to knock some sense into my treacherous, backstabbing son. Imagine a boy of mine giving up the pirate life to become a shipwright and building a bleeding maelstrom. That's what they're called. Vessel and that. Under what under Limland's wide green ocean made you give up with these self-righteous shites? You're the one with no bloody sense, Dad. Don't you see? The pirates had their glory days, but that era is over. Hi, we're here to kill you. I wondered why Athburn never spoke of his father. I never would have thought. The ship's a symbol, all right, of everything that went wrong with the world, and I'm going to shatter it into 100,000 pieces. Me and my 5 people. Beat the tar out of this bloated sea slug. Make sure no harm comes to the victory. Yeah, I got you back. They have, Bella. It's actually somewhat recent, but they have, in fact, done that. Now, okay, so I've been giving a lot of praise to this game recently. One of the... I'm not going to give this a negative, maybe, but there's a really, really common thing that this game does, and you've already noticed it several times in the MSQ. Alright, do some quests, do some quests, do some quests. Here's a story-significant character. You kind of fight them, but actually you fight the ads more than them. And they just keep summoning ads and summoning ads. Well, you get the idea. Now, there's actually a couple ways to do these, depending on your gear level and your class. We're not doing great, actually, so we're going to do a couple things here. We're going to pop this up. Get rid of that person. Reduce the amount of damage we're taking. Because that person's aggro to us, whereas that one is not. And then we're going to start focusing on Big Boy. And yeah, what tends to happen very commonly is we end up having to finish off the named. And so there's kind of a built-in pseudo DPS race, as you want to kill off all of the ads before your allies have failed to kill the boss, and then the boss switches to you. It's a very standard type of quest. We're going to be seeing a lot of it. Whether it's good or bad, we'll debate. I like how I'm parrying him, by the way, with a book. I'm not even mad about that. Oh, I have res now. I can res people. By the way, his title is The Absorbed. You know, that's a valid point, Rex. I am sufficiently familiar with this game, Trash Panda Parade, to do a lore run on it. A pseudo-lore run. That's the easiest way I can answer that question. I actually played 1.0. I played ARR at launch, and then I played ARR again somewhere around late Heavensward. And I've basically been playing ever since. I have not played Endwalker yet. We're going to do that live on camera. Must be getting old, letting some green adventurer get the best of me. ARR refers to A Realm Reborn. Go watch the VOD for a more in-depth analysis of that. But it is the total reboot of the game. Effectively, it is a new game after 1.0, which is what we refer to the old one as. Actually, I have. Alex, I should have shown that up. Yep, right now it's a pseudo-lore review run, or a classic run. It will eventually mutate into a pseudo-lore premiere run when we get to Endwalker. That's a big ship, big and nasty looking. You made that, did you? Yep. And now I beat him to death with my book for being an idiot! Moron! I should have would have think would have come to the victory. Yeah, I would have blown up because of one idiot and his spat with his son. Now, I'm all pissed off about this, and I'm glad we killed that guy. But notice that this is getting across a narrative point. This is how fragile things are right now. They are developing. But anybody who knows anything about economics knows a developing economy is actually the weakest of the four types of economies by far. It cannot actually withstand too many hits to the system. And honestly, taking out this ship might have completely reversed that developing economy by itself. So, getting across the idea here that this would have caused some very serious issues. At the very least, there is a good chance they would have lost several of the people who were swinging towards the side of being civilized, being developed, not being pirates. More people probably would have switched towards being pirates. People would have lost faith in Merylwib and in the Limsa and Lominsans themselves, as well as the Maelstrom. That loss of faith would lead to loss of prestige and loss of credit rating. That's not a great phrase, but that's what it is. It would have been a very serious knockdown effect that honestly would have probably made it so that Limsa Lominsa would not be able to be an equal at the table when the three city-states start to coordinate and work with each other and trade with each other. Yeah, it's credit rating is a stupid thing in real life, but there's another concept. It's not actually credit rating, and it is basically rep and credibility. And it is incredibly important to both an individual and a national level for any kind of economic transaction. Anyways, I think I actually agree with that, Blade Torval. I really do. I think this might have led to this becoming the city of Limsa Lominsa and no longer being the city-state of Limsa Lominsa. Anyways. Ever did my father have a way of turning my life upside down? Pray convey my thanks and my apologies to Gimtona. Alright, I'm out. Alex, you've got 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm out! Run. Get away, quick, before he catches me. Run. He'll never find me. Hey, classic game lover. I'm doing terrible, but I'm playing FF14, so that kind of balances it out. And I got a lot of cool people to hang out with. So how fare you? I cannot begin to thank you for the role you played. You defended more than a simple ship. You saved the budding hope of Limsa Lominsa. Yes, we did. The security regime will have a way of improvement if we're to keep the dry dock safe. He apologizes. Well, I suppose I can understand why he would feel responsible for his father's actions. Of all those involved, this was the hardest on him. But in time, I believe he'll come to a single conclusion. The most fitting way of moving past is to see the victory completed in the water. Oh, by the way, the pirates we defeated have been handed over to the Yellow Jackets. Raider's men will be taking over the investigation. Before the Yellow Jackets moved in, however, we recovered an unusual object. Should you have time to spare, we request another favor. In light of your role, there are a few others to whom I would entrust this task. Sorry, Blade Turpal. Last we spoke, a curious missive had been discovered amongst the personal effects of the pirate behind the plan to sabotage the victory. The missive was penned in an unusual script, which we believe is a form of code. Needless to say, anything which a proven enemy of Limsa Lominsa deems worthy of enciphering is likely to be of great interest to us, but we can't make sense of it. So, please deliver this to the Drowning Wench. Into his hands, no others. Do you understand? Yes. Alright. 5, 4, 3... Ah! Yes. Also, I get why they do it, but it irritates me a little bit how many buttons you have to click in order to do things. Oh, right. It's, C? Whatever, we'll do it this way. So, no hat. Okay, that's fine. High quality. Quality. So replacing it with high quality stuff so I don't even have to mouse over. And we have a ring too, we should put that on. And we have a terrible earring, which we will not put on. And there's our tome. Also got rid of our hat accidentally. Oh wait, no, this is Yep, cannot equip gear to head. So this is something that's only an ARR. This is a chest piece that covers your head. These suck. But thank you very much, Alex. I do appreciate it. Alright, so, right. We are going over, here? No. There. There we go. What's the question bot caught so far? Disco says, can you explain the question bot for me? No. XIV says, Iron Man thinks he could take West... Oh, yeah. Iron Man could crush Wesker like a bug. Absolutely, XIV. Like, that's not even a fight. That's an appetizer. I like Wesker. He's a cool character. Iron Man is Iron Man. I agree, Blade Traval. We've all said this before, but ARR existed so that we could get the better expansions after it. They learned a lot. They learned a lot in this game. And I will always give credit where credit is due. FF14 has done nothing but get better, at least up to Shadowbringers. And yeah, Stormblood. I'm very curious how Stormblood's going to raid. I really am. As I've said several times, Stormblood made me quit the game. So, we'll see what we think of it going through with analysis mode on. 11 and 14, classic game lover. So, hey, I got you something. Just for you, no one else. Stormblood is irritating for reasons I'm not going to go into, and boring on its narrative axis. And it just kind of shoved me away from the game. And I'll talk about it. I'll even show you, I will tell you the exact quest when we get there that I quit the game on, because I can pinpoint it. No, a lot of people actually like Stormblood. That's why I'm curious what I'm going to think going back through with analysis mode. Because I think it'll still be good. It's just, we'll see. I mean, wasn't Stormblood Omega, Trash Panda? I reckon I know. Bateron. Like one of my regulars now. Okay. Yeah, F4 Lords is pretty good, too. I will also say that Stormblood's patch content was pretty legit. Oh, I'm doing terrible, Velo. Put a gun to my head, would you? Because I just want this over. Anyways. That's a good idea, classic game lover. So, also, one of my favorite dungeons in the whole game is in Stormblood. I can never remember the name of it, but it's an awesome dungeon. I love it. Oh, by the way, we will show off the final Domus cutscene. Barden's Metal, that's the one. I've actually been saving the final Doma turn-in. I did it. I did the whole restoration, and I've been sitting at the final step for the Doma restoration so I could show it off on camera. So he was a mercenary, and he learned how to read stuff. This is Sahagan's script. Oh, agreed, Rax. It gets worse. The plan of the victory is here, right down to the fine details. Looks like they meant to raise 8 kinds of hell in western Noskea. And then hit the Maelstrom's new flagship with the confusion. Point being, the attack and the victory wasn't a few rebellious pirates. It was part of... So, we see the staircase stuff going on again here. Listen, Savakam, I'm fine. I won't do much tonight, I swear. I already told Gary I'm not going to hang out. I'm just going to go chillinate. The attack came too early, probably because we were poking around, so they weren't ready for it yet. Yeah, so, sorry, I didn't read that out loud. The attack on the victory was actually supposed to be the last step of the plan. Instead, they did it first, which means now we have the ability to go deal with the other problems. 7 hells, I got about them. Yep. Yep, it was a distraction. They're sending pirate lackeys after a civilian target. Yeah, did you notice these 2 completely irrelevant sisters in the background? Are they actually here out of the instance? Sometimes they are. There's a degree of layering in this game. It's not as advanced as a couple other games I can mention. But there is still some layering in this one, and it does help a little bit. Looks like they're not. Ow. I don't know what that is, Blade Terrell. What do you mean? What is that? Oh, right. We need to... Wake up, Laura. Wake up. That's a nice dress. I like that. So... I'm going to give a negative to gameplay. I've been thinking about this a bit. And, well, this game is the worst game ever. So I have to get... Oh, I got turned around. So I have to give it a negative to gameplay. Any objections? So this is technically a negative for the fact that you can't mount in towns. But I understand that letting people mount in town is actually problematic. There's problems with that. But there's also solutions. One of my favorite solutions, I can't remember which MMO, WoW does this kind of, but there's another MMO that does it, where you get what I call a mastery buff. Like, you finish a town's quest chain or whatever, and you get a buff. Whenever you're in that town, you're effectively running at mount speed, right? So you go, and therefore you have mounted speed, no issues, right? No mounts clogging things up, no mounts covering NPCs. Just you can move around and not have the slowness, right? I do like the Ethernet. It will probably get a positive, but I don't think it mitigates this problem, to be completely honest. I'm not sure, Giga Pudding. But yeah, you get the idea. Just give a sprint perma in towns. Done. By the way, this is true not just for the 3 starting cities later. I think it was Guild Wars 2. I think it was Guild Wars 2 I was thinking of. Later cities have the same problem, where you can't actually... Sorry, let me move the things out here. Where you can't actually mount in towns, and it's really problematic in the later cities. Like, I guess I can't show you on this character, but there's a certain desert area in a giant basin, which is rather large and cumbersome, and you gotta... And yeah, I wasn't even going to mention the Crystarium, which actually I kind of dislike getting around in the Crystarium. But yeah, so Aethernet. Did I already give the Aethernet positive? I did not. Let's go and jot that down, because I was going to give it. It's a good method, and it's a well-designed system for it. Oh yeah, we need to decide what we're going to think about the fast travel system, too. So there is one mitigating factor that prevents the fast travel in this game from being awesome. Can anyone guess what it is? Cost. Bingo. Ironically, this wasn't an issue until the last expansion. Now, I get it. Gold sinks are a thing. Yada, yada, yada. But I have actually run into situations at my level where the cost of teleporting around is actually a little bit problematic. You notice I've been warping around. I wasn't going to do that. This is one of the reasons I'm thankful, by the way, for the Gil infusion. Because otherwise, I might not be able to afford to just warp around, even while doing these quests. Other than that, it's a good fast travel system. So that's why I'm debating how we rate this, because it's got all the hallmarks, right? You go to a spot, you visit it, you actually, not only can you pull it up on a map, but check this out. Oh no, it's this button right here. You get an actual window. Hang on, it's even cooler than this. So we could say, no, don't. Sorry. Damn. Saved history? No, that isn't right. How can I not? Oh, right, I have to go there to do it. Anyways, the point being, you could save it to a favorites. So you can say, hey, check it out. You can just warp specifically to this specific spot. It's a decent fast travel system. It's just frustrating because of the guild cost. And that's also true, Rax. I've noticed that, and I've abused it a couple of times. It's actually one of the reasons my hearth has been in Doma for so long, because I can use that to bypass certain costs for getting around. But anyways, so... Congrats, Alex. Well, where? I don't see anybody. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, she's flirting hard. Either deliberately, as in she's actually interested in him, or because she wants his money. How do you go to first-person mode? Yep. There you go. Enjoy the 2 lovebirds while I type some stuff up. So we could do this a couple of ways. We could give 2 positives, because it is a good fast travel system, and then a negative for the cost. Or we could give a plus to the fast travel system and just mention the cost in the positive. What are we thinking? I mean, yeah, the result's going to be the same. It just matters on how thorough we want to be in the document. I think I'm going to do 2 pluses and a negative. Pax and I actually had a rather lengthy discussion about this, because I am a firm believer in gold sinks and gold fountains, and managing an in-game economy is a big deal, and something that should be very carefully designed and put thought into, and yada frickin' yada, right? Catch is, the main purpose in a gold sink is to get rid of the people who have the money. On my character, I have about 6 million gil. Now that sounds like a lot. It's not. I am relatively poor compared to the overall economy of FF14. Rax, how much money you got? yeah, I am kind of lower middle class in terms of my own income. By the way, I made almost all of that money through crafting, which I actually did my due diligence to make sure I'd be ready for the run. Yeah, you have 60 million. You get my point, right? So 6 million is not a lot, and that's the problem. Those gold sinks shouldn't really affect me as much as they should affect the people who have more money. Now, I know what you're thinking. So you want it to charge a scaling? Not quite. There's a lot of other options you could do, but it boils down to they should probably go ahead and add something to pull money out from the actually rich people, which I am not, as opposed to costing me money. That's mate. And yeah, there are other gold sinks, and there's other things here, but whatever. I just wanted to comment on that really quick because I was justifying my point. I don't want to say I hate it, Lonely Sparrow, but I absolutely hate it, and I never want to hear it again in my life. All right, so I know a lot of people like it, though. I know a lot of people like the Enterprise intro song. I don't. My musical tastes are terrible. I listen to Morrowind. Agreed, Zvila. And yeah, exactly, Trash Panda. There's housing, and there's the super expensive mounts, and that's kind of it, right? Anyways. Hi. Yes. You are commanded for... Here's the letter. Does it say anything here? No. Well, they're stupid. Sarani, I'm sorry. Speaking as someone who has studied economies, MMOs, and economies within MMOs, they're doing it the wrong way. Assault on Swift Perch. We've seen nothing to suggest that. I like that hat. Even so, it'd be foolish to discount the possibility, but Baderon is rarely wrong about such matters. I marshal the Yellow Jackets for battle immediately. I know, right? Classic game. Look, God, that game was... For any complaint I have about this game, that game just smashed it out of the window. Unless we count 1.0. Commodore! What's up? The Sahagin have attacked the area that you were just told was being attacked. Damn it. Alright. Muster the troops. I can help. I'm not a Star Destroyer yet. Or am I? I wish the warriors of light yet walked among us. But wishes will avail us not. You must serve in their absence. Oh, thanks. I'm the universe's Luigi. Yeah, good as. Hi, Umbral Magnus. What's going on? Alright, so hang on. I don't think I have that waypoint. Oh, I do. Yay. Oh, wait, hang on. Let me grab some people. Give you a free... I don't know who these people are. You are. There's Braylon. Oh, you're already in another party. Never mind. I was just going to give a free portal. Anybody else not in a party? Got another person in here. That X-Death. I want that X-Death in my party right now. Hi, Nugo. Yeah, right now we're kind of a TIE fighter. We're a TIE fighter. That's exactly right. So I see people jumping. We'll go with you. Rax has to go all on his own. I think we actually just do all 8. Hang on, let's test something. I'm actually not sure how this works. Let's do this. Because we have a party size of 8. Is that full 8? God, I can't count right now. Nope, that's 7. Do we have anyone not in the group? Like Zero? Zero, why do you not want to be in the group? Why do you hate us so? Okay, so this should drag everybody. While we get buffed here. Lol, classic game lover. Ironically, I don't own The Last Jedi. I don't own any of the sequel movies. Oh, come on! We know what this symbol means, right? Here, where's Rax? Where's Rax in this bundle? There you are. I'm gonna give you party lead, Rax. God damn it. That's freaking gay. You see why this is so many negatives? You see why I hate this? Do you understand? Okay. So yes. We're not about, yes, we're Defiance, level 18. We've got some good gear now. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Here they come. Why is your bra showing? Yeah, no, I thought all the yellow jacket worms were meant to be busy. That useless scrag isn't following the plan, did he? Hey, it's Blueface. Remember him from earlier? Now what, pull back? Piss on that. We ain't turning back empty-handed. No killing the small folk, or it'll be your blood that stains Lord Leviathan's altars. Leviathan, huh? I bet we'll be seeing him soon. The yellow bellies, you can butcher it well. Those dirt-eating slugs will be crushed into the full might of the Serpent Weavers. Seems Swift Perch was the main target, after all, wasn't it? Squads 1 and 2, protect the townsfolk. Squad 3, by the way, best song in ARR. The rest of you meet their charge where we stand. Let us bear the Commodore word of our victory, or no word at all. Probably Magic the Gathering, Nugo. By the way, we have a Q&A bot now where you can put those questions in. I know I haven't been super responsible about responding to that, but I have been reading them, I swear. We'll see if another song beats this one for me, but this is the one I remember when I think of music from ARR. Like, in my opinion, this is the ARR theme song, right? Probably a better way to phrase that. No. So while we're fighting these, is a good time to answer the Q&A bot questions. Mr. Red says, what's the worst model in this game? Those damn grapes, they're just the worst. I don't know, I'd have to think about that. Let's get some of this going on. Okay, so very minor complaint. I don't think I'm going to ding it, but it's plagued me ever since I've played this game. It is too easy to unselect your target. Sometimes I lose my target and I'm not even sure what I did to do so. I just did it a few seconds ago, for example. Nameless Baron says, I know this game must have been disappointing for you, but when and how did the game convince you to come back? I've actually already answered that, but I'll give you the short answer. So, we tried it around ARR after a significant amount of work and effort was done to convince us that it was worth a darn. And then we put it down until Heaven's Word came out. That's honestly that's the short version. Any interest in the Winter Olympics? No. Favorite tactic for dealing with sickness? Summoning an abyssal creature in the middle of combat. Wait, what? Do you know where that is, USN Corp? So I can find the setting? Yeah. Some years ago, I would have given this game a negative for tab targeting because it was bad. It has since been improved. I don't think it's good, but it is no longer negative worthy, so pluses on that. Or rather, thumbs up on that. I'll take some men and hunt down the stragglers. Oh, there may be more of them looking around. Don't let your guard down just yet. Okay. Thanks, dude. Okay, time to take a settle. Nothing unusual is about to happen at all. Except Mr. Red's going to walk into the screen for some reason. What Rax said, Harriet. They changed it so there's the option to tab target in a cone in front of you and change depth so you prioritize something that's closer to you. And that improved it substantially. The source of his strength becomes clear. It's the masked mage from Second Densetsu 3. You may have bested the golem, but you will not fare so well this day. I don't recognize that symbol. O mournful voice of creation, send unto me a creature of the abyss, my thrall to command, that I might smite mine enemies. Well, that's a Void Scent, which we haven't really talked about Void Scent yet. We're also not going to right now, but we will bring up Void Scent. Don't worry. Your very being imperils the plan. You cannot be suffered to live. Well, okay. Well, this sucks. Well, then this is the stream for you, Mr. Red. Not today. We are not talking about the Void Scent today. They will come up much more in the Black Mage chain, as well as during the Crystal Tower chain. It's probably where we're going to really discuss the Void Scent. Yeah, where's my cat girl? I need a cat girl to help deal with this. Cat girls of the world, unite. Where is the target's debuff being kept track of? Oh, there it is. No, that's me. Where is the default debuff bar? I actually don't see it. Mine's right there, but, you know, whatever. Ah, Y'shtola. Late as usual. I'm not making fun of her. All of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, which is what their group is called, have a strong tendency to show up just after you've already dealt with something. Which makes sense. They're there to, you know... You still need to do stuff, right? They don't want you to just not defeat an enemy. I don't know if you saw it, Harriet, but Valvedrix actually put together what my character would look like as both a Lalafell and as a Mikote, female Mikote. You can find those on Discord, because I linked them in the general chat. The wisdoms of the Paragons should be brought low by mere mortals. I copy-pasted it, US Incorp, but thank you. Paragons, did he say? Then it is as I feared. Listen, Zera, I'm not saying anything. But stab. Alright. They're known as the Bringers of Chaos, or Ascians. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know it was pronounced that way for a long time. To give them their proper name. It would seem our suspicions were correct. It is they who have been manipulating the beast tribes. Pardon? You would know if we Charlayans had encountered Ascians before? I have never spoken to you in my homeland. How'd you know whence I hail? Oh yeah, we have the Echo. Which she knows what that is. Hey, we killed a demon. Are you alright, lad? If I'd known a mean bugger like that was hiding in the bushes, I would have left a squad or 6 to keep you company. It's okay. We're not a Star Destroyer yet, but we're leaning that way. At least we can call this kidnapping investigation to a close. Those Reavers were the ones spiriting folk away in the dead of the night, and this bastard here was pulling all the strings. Everything is dealt with. Forever. I came as soon as I sensed his presence. Yeah, she is very attuned to ether. Its flow, its movement, its energies. That'll be useful later. But I never thought to find such a scene of carnage. Yet we prevailed. And thanks to your heroic actions, I have learned much. Heroic is the word. I don't want to think about what would happen if you hadn't been here, friend. Your assistance is much appreciated, Lady Y'shtola. Please give her regards to the Scions. I'm glad to have played a role in bringing what hope I can to end this disturbing spate of abductions. God, that outfit looks terrible on you, Y'shtola. The thread of your fate form a part of a most intriguing tapestry. Of course, I'm not one to talk. Mayhap we'll be afforded a chance to speak more in the near future. For now, you must see this to its conclusion. Go talk to Commander Roy, or Commodore, excuse me, Rayner. I agree, Mr. Rich. She looks better in her black mage outfit. Oh, God. You know, you even told me you were going to do that. God damn it. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Do not exist. Do not exist. Gotta get here as quick as possible. Quick, quick, run, run, run. No. Oh, thank God. We're free. We're free from the dancing. There must be no... Ooh, that's a cool... What is that? Is that a bow? What is this? One of my favorite pastimes in FF14, I'm not actually joking about this, is as I do randoms and roulettes and just hang around town, my eye is always casting around, looking at everyone's equipment to see anything new or cool looking. Unfortunately, I doubt Ultimate Alexander is within my grasp. That's a pity. I like the holy look. Anyways. Oh yeah, I could also do this, which I only found out about like 2 weeks ago. Ultimate Gendiva. Well, that doesn't help that much, but you told me. I get it. We're cool. So, questions. Favorite tactic for dealing with sickness? Care and caution, which I know sounds funny because I'm forcing myself to work today, but I mean that. I am very careful about what I eat. I am very careful about how I take care of myself. I don't push myself too far. I don't do anything extra other than my job for the day. So. How do you beat FF5? Go watch my review of it. And I talk about a lot of tips for each boss as we're going through it there. That's the best advice I can give. When Falkenstein says, do you not have purple dishwasher soap? Actually, ironically, I do. It's lavender scented. Oh, no, it's blueberry, sorry. I hate lavender. But I love the scent of blueberry. Do you think it's worse for an MMO to be a more single-player focused at the expense of co-op, like FF14, or more group-focused at the expense of single-player, like EverQuest? So, yeah, ignoring the quality of both games, I will still take FF14's method 10 times out of 10. Well, it is awful, and it is my least favorite part of this game. Do not mistake me. I would much rather be able to solo an MMO than not be able to solo an MMO. We had a concept back in the day. It's not as applicable anymore, but this was especially true in the Bronze era and a little bit into the Silver era. It's called a group wall. And it's a point of the game in which you're effectively not intended to keep progressing unless you have a group. Now, obviously, EverQuest applies there. Duh. But a large amount of MMOs had a group wall at some point or another in the progression experience. And yeah, FF11 has it very early on. EverQuest 2 has it as soon as you leave the town. Lotro has it as soon as you get about to like the level 30-ish range. Ion Online had it as soon as you left the first starter zone. Ultima Online had it pretty much from the get-go, etc., etc., etc. So it was a common thing. Even WoW had it. WoW's was kind of different, though, and arguably the beginning of the end for that very concept. So, we are currently... Hang on, I'll get back to you on that, Mechamano. Thank you, 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 thank you. Probably, Rax. Almost guaranteed. Ishtal has been working with us for quite some time, you see. But she was only too willing to assist the Yellow Jackets in the kidnapping investigation. By the way, I'm almost positive that dude in the back, the Rogadan, he's actually the guy who accused us of being the kidnapper. Remember that the Adventurers Guild guy actually vouched for us against? Needless to say, after your part in thwarting the attempted sabotage of the victory, you have proven yourself a valued friend of the Thalassocracy. Admiral. And there she is. I've talked about her quite a bit. This is the first time we have actually been introduced to Admiral, whatever the hell her name is. Now, I like everything about her outfit, except for that goddamn boob window. No, I mean that. She's got a very nice coat. And then she's got this. And that's not even me being a prude. It just looks bad, in my opinion. It's like Troy's outfit back in early TNG.
So, this is the adventurer I've been reading about in the field reports.
Forgot this had cut voice acting.
I am Melve Blufisvin, Admiral of Limsa Lominsa.
How did she pronounce that? Melweb? Melweb? Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm going to have to hear that again later.
On behalf of my people, I bid you thanks for the deeds you have done this day.
Agreed, FML word.
A token of our gratitude. What worth is high regard without just reward after all? Ha!
No, exactly, Voice of Authority. Like, I don't care if you want to show off your boobs. Not really. But it just doesn't complement the rest of the suit, and she has an awesome suit. Anyway, sorry. I agree with FMA Aylward. As we'll discuss as we go through the 3 different city-states leaders, actually more like 5, this is the one who probably has her head on straight the most. And I've already given you all but the reasons for why.
Since you first set foot in our city, my good friend Badaron and Commodore Rayner have taken turns at regaling me with tales of your exploits. Safe to say, they left an impression. Join me at the coming banquet. A seat of honor at the celebratory feast is the least I can offer the man who foiled the Sahagin.
Oh! A seat at the feast!
Oh, and don't be late. Your fellow guests will be eager to take the measure of their newest hero, and some do not take kindly to being kept waiting. Till then, may you walk in the light of the crystal.
My opinion on Connie is actually very simple. She's a decent person, but not as good of a leader. Whoa! Oh, we were layered. This is a rare thing. Hi, everyone. And I'm out. Peace. Run before they can catch me. Oh, yeah, I should activate this while I'm here, because I've run up here like 3 times now. No, they're going to catch me. No, no, run, run. Hang on, let me pull up the QA thing. That's a good question, Baron. So, D&D question. I have a player whose character backstory didn't give me much to work with, and he's not the best role player. He's pretty new to D&D, and I worry I'm not giving him enough space to stretch. Any advice or personal experience? Actually, yeah. I've encountered that a lot. First and foremost, there's no actual shame in one of the players mostly just being there for the game and not for the narrative, if that makes any sense, from a tabletop perspective, from a pen and paper perspective. So, that's a possibility. I would actually probably reach out to them and say, hey, what do you think about this? Second of all, a very good way to try and pull them into something is to custom tailor events to them. Make an NPC who, I don't know details, so I can't make up something, but make an NPC who is specifically looking for this warrior over here, right? And we need someone who can tank this and blah, blah. Yeah, give them a personalized hook. Make them the center focus of at least a quest arc, right? give them some screen time, so to speak, and let them develop on their own. And if they take to it, great, and if they don't, well, that's when you start talking to them, try to make things work out. So that's my advice. By the way, as a reminder, anybody who wants to ask questions, you can use the QA bot. It logs them so I can get to them at my own pace, which is exceptionally helpful, especially for this. All right, so, hey, Melvib. We can't have you turned up in shite-caked adventuring gear. Sure. I think I actually have this gear on my other character specifically for this quest. Excuse me. Yeah, let's just do this. It's faster. What city-state would I or my characters live in if they had a choice? That's a good question. So, my automatic answer would be Lominsa, but there's one, because I love the sea, and I love the smell of it, and I love the air, and I love the cold. All that stuff. But, that being said, I hate seafood. So I would either live here and import... Where am I going? Oh, over here. Or... I'm not sure where I'd go after that, to be completely honest with you. Oh, that's a good point, Rax. I wasn't even thinking about Kagane. Although I thought it was... I guess it just mentions any city-state. I was thinking it was just the first three. Yes, I'm the underdressed... Look, I am dressed perfectly well, thank you very much. Thanks. Where's this stupid thing? Whatever. That's right, I'm going to show off way more cleavage. Okay, there we go. Boobs everywhere. We call it a boobsplosion. Disco asks, have you seen Captain Disillusion's video on how Back to the Future special effects are... No, I have not had time. It actually has been recommended to me ever since I did the Back to the Future 2 rumination, but I have simply not had time. Hell, I haven't even had time to watch the Nintendo Direct. Baron asks, what MMO setting is the most nightmarish? I mean, ESO comes to mind immediately. I would not want to be in Tamriel. But let's be honest, it's probably Warhammer. It's probably Warhammer. That one's always going to win. Your thoughts on a setting where it's horrible could be made better. The problem is apathy and complacency. So, Dragon Age Origins, or FF14, or everything, which I've already actually talked about. So, see my earlier speech. I believe you, classic game lover. I don't understand it. There you go. There is not a 40k MMO. There is, however, a Warhammer Fantasy MMO. Actually, two, but let's not get into that. Aww. Dress shoes, which I believe we actually have to equip. Let's do that. There we go. We are now finally dressed. Before we hit this quest, let me get caught up in our QA log a little bit. What isn't Final Fantasy? Like, what separates FF game from any other game, since none are narratively tied to the others in the series? Tone, theme, approach, style. There's a vibe to a Final Fantasy. Now, people are going to disagree on what that is, but it's like saying what makes something Star Trek, for example. I do firmly believe there is such a thing as a Final Fantasy game. I also think that not every game with Final Fantasy in the title is a Final Fantasy game, and I think there are games without Final Fantasy in the title which are FF games. Looking at you, Chrono Trigger, and Kingdom Hearts, for example. Was FF11 good? I hated it. Even after all the patches and updates, it is a PS2 game. It is firmly in the bronze era of MMOs. just absolutely firmly. And there's all kinds of problems with that. Baron says, what are the PCs of this game in lore? I actually have a whole speech about that, which I'm not going to share right now. But it's us. Arguably just the one of us, but we'll get there. Least favorite question that I repeatedly get. Why don't you put game stuff in your background? How do you fix political, economical, and societal corruption? I'm sorry, Baron, I'm going to pass on that if that's okay. I don't have 3 hours to sit here and give a speech on a theory on how that could work. I'm looking to get into this game. This is Spartan. I'm looking to get into this game. What classes should I avoid? What classes do I prefer? So, it is my opinion that the best class to play if you're going to be doing a purely solo experience is one of the tank classes. I will also say that healing is actually quite fun in this game, although I don't like DPSing it. Yeah, don't play Black Mage. Just don't play Black Mage. Everything else is good to some extent or another. But Black Mage isn't just kind of not as fun as the other classes. It is arguably worse designed. In fact, when we get to rating classes, there's a pretty good chance we're going to be giving a negative to Black Mage. But yes, I agree with what Rax just said in chat. There's some good options there. Now, you also said... no, you didn't say anything else. Sorry. I guess that's it. There you go. Have fun. How different do I think this game would be gameplay-wise if it was designed to be single-player? I mean, you get the point, though, right, Asdamine? That's why I don't recommend someone start with Black Mage. Because, oh my god. Okay, so, yeah, I mean, we would just have a party. And that's it. Like, I honestly don't think the game would be all that different, to be completely blunt. I'm glad, Scion. That's good. People enjoying things are good. I still don't recommend you start the game with Black Mage. Start as something else. Maybe try something. Maybe try to branch into Black Mage eventually. See if you like it. The real problem... So let me actually talk about this, because this is something that might actually deserve a negative, and this is a perfect time to talk about it. This game has no real demos. In my opinion, this is a very serious flaw in the game. You can't... Classes aren't themselves until they're max level. Right? Now, there's actually some variability there. Some classes become themselves at 50. Some classes become themselves at like 66. Some classes become themselves at like 70. I know that Paladin, for me, didn't actually get enjoyable until 80. There's no real demo to get a feel for how good a class is. Now, normally this wouldn't be a huge problem, but leveling takes a while. It is a huge time commitment. And I disagree fundamentally with the idea that it should take a huge amount of time to see if you enjoy a class or not. The solution here is extremely obvious. Just make a level 100 demo, like Guild Wars 2 has, like WoW has, etc. Yeah, just give you a way to try out a class. Maybe make an own zone just for hanging out, doing some quests or fates or whatever. And then go try stuff out. See if you like it. See if it's your style, right? Spend some time getting used to it. Put some target dummies up. Maybe some NPCs with some tutorialization. This is this class. This is kind of how it's supposed to work. Yada, yada, yada. That would be a huge beneficial to this game, in my opinion. As is, one of the reasons that it was so frustrating for me to pick... Deep Dungeon is super not that. One of the reasons it was so frustrating for me to pick a class that I actually wanted to play was because I had to level everything to 80 to really be able to judge which classes I wanted to play. Well, I did that. Partially for the run as well, but still. So let's explain why Deep Dungeon, Heaven on High, and Boja are not this. So first of all, Deep Dungeon, I'm going to say this as nicely as I can, is a mess in terms of design. The interface is awful. Just getting a group running is its own thing. Wait, I keep saying Deep Dungeon. I don't mean Deep Dungeon. I mean Palace of the Dead. Sorry. POTD. My bad. POTD is... and you go in and the interface is awful, and getting a group going is awful, and you have to kind of... Oh, it is Deep Dungeon. Whatever. It's just a whole hassle and a pain. and it starts you over because of the way the nature of the thing works, unless you have a codified group or are going solo, and it caps you at 50. And as we already discussed, there are several classes that simply are not at 50. Heaven on High caps you at 60. Boja caps you at 80. Now, you might think, well, hang on, Boja sounds great then. You can't go into Boja until you've A, done the quest to unlock it, and B, you have to be 71. Now, I know Rax kind of disagree with me in this a little bit. But, yeah, exactly, Yosin Corp. I do think an easy fix to this would be make it so that you could somehow go to Boja at level 30. I think was actually what we talked around on that. But that's basically just the idea I just mentioned. At that point, it's just a, here's the class at 80. It's a trial area. Have fun. Right? Yeah, also, yeah, there's also stuff to unlock. This is my point, though. I think this game suffers from a problem of having a barrier to entry and deciding which one to enjoy. I will freely admit that I enjoy every class in this game except for 2. But I wouldn't have known that if I hadn't sunk months of my time into leveling all of them, right? And I honestly feel like that is an unnecessary barrier to entry and an unnecessary aspect of the game. I would like to argue for a negative to gameplay for this, because this is a feature this game could very sorely need, in my opinion. Probably just one negative. But what are we thinking? Ninja. I don't care for Ninja. Although, there's a specific reason for that. Yeah, I'll tell you why I don't like Ninja. That's why I don't like Ninja. Hey, let me heal. I'm a confirmation clicker by default. I don't think I'm physically capable of not being a confirmation clicker. So, I kind of can't play Ninja well. So I just kind of walked away from it. We'll be playing it for the run, of course. We'll be doing its class quests. Black Mage I just don't care for. It just doesn't fit in my brain, as I've told Rack several times. So Riker's Beard asked, wouldn't that be a negative that applies to all MMOs? First of all, if applicable, yes, absolutely. Second of all, no. I just mentioned 2 MMOs right off the top of my head that have this feature. World of Warcraft and Guild Wars 2. Both of which have a, here, go try out your class. Go have fun. And yeah, I agree with Rax. Even if you don't want to do like a big instance thing, do the Devil May Cry training area, which is a great idea, by the way. So, Guild Wars 2 actually has the Devil May Cry training area, but I prefer solo forced Ross. That's the quick answer. But it's... The problem with it is you have to get to it and unlock it and blah, 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 blah. And you can only really do it at max level. But there is actually a training facility in Guild Wars 2. You walk in, you spawn a mob, you set whatever stats you want on it, whatever buffs or debuffs you want on it, give yourself whatever buffs and debuffs you want, and you can decide whether it attacks you or whether it doesn't or whether it reflects. You get a huge amount of customization for designing this custom, what's it called? A target dummy. And then you could try out builds and see your rotation. It even gives you your DPS in the game, by the way, just built in while you're doing it. It's a really cool system. But it still requires you to be already at max level to even access it. You know where the raid area is? Like where the actual raid portals are in the southern part of Lion's Arch? That's where it is. I don't remember when it was added, to be honest with you. But that's where it is. Alright, so... Way too many answers, but I hope that was helpful, Spartan. Disco says, how different do you think this game would be gameplay-wise? Oh, I already answered that one. Hang on. Baron says, has any MMO fixed their economy issues? Yes, Asheron's Call did. However, Asheron's Call has since shut down. And unfortunately, you were asking me how would I do a very complex and complicated problem, which I can't answer you in 5 sentences, or even 50. So... Lots of careful work and effort. That's how. Classic Game Lover asks, did FF14 have a Kefka boss fight? Sort of, but yes. Nemesis asks, have you ever been into rock or metal music? I am not into a genre of music. I prefer songs. So yes and no, respectively. I don't think I've ever heard anything by Led Zeppelin off the top of my head. I don't even know who the Deftones are. My apologies. Nameless Baron says, do you think Legend of Zelda will make for a good MMO? Yes, absolutely. Think about co-op fights and boss designs. I mean, FF14 is already basically a Zelda boss design game, right? Like, the bosses in this game are designed like Zelda bosses. Done. What era of MMOs are we in now? That is debatable. I have heard some people jokingly say we're in the area of the Korean MMOs, but really we are past the golden era. We have entered the most MMOs out there arguably don't even qualify as MMOs era. I don't really have a proper term for that. There are the big ones, of course, and they're the ones that are still going, but most new MMOs are PvP focused, or mobile games, or dumpster fires. So, by the way, Lost Ark is going to be crap. I'm just predicting it right now. Moving on. You know why? Because I saw New World. The refined era. No, I like the Dark Age. That's a better answer. Guy here asked, the Realm Reboot cutscene is the only instance of a game rebooting. Not only that, but in lore. Any other examples come to mind? EverQuest kind of did. No, I don't think that actually counts. I take that back. I'm going to go with no. I can't think of any other example. Finally, Classic Game Lover asked, best class for Ramza and FFT? I mean, the answer to that is the Calculator. However, I personally prefer to just go ahead and make him a Samurai Dragoon tank. Alright. Questions cut up to. The Gilded Age. I like that. There's still good stuff. We're playing one of them right now. But, yeah, there's a lot of crap right now in the MMO space. Like, a lot of crap. You don't know what a calculator is? It's in front of us. It's... Okay, never mind. Someone explain what FFT is. Or what a calculator is to Classic Game Lover, please. Oh god, we have a panicking... We'll panic for food. Where is it? Where is it? I don't even see it. It's gone! Oh well. Oh yeah, mathematician. No, sorry, I actually forgot they changed that. Means you have no real... Thank you, Blade Torval. Can I get someone to brutally and horrifically kill Blade Torval, please? And I did see it there. Thank you, Knock Loose, for the sub. I do always appreciate those. Thank you. If you know where you want that one to go, please let me know. Okay, let's update the HUD. And let's actually continue the friggin' game, shall we? There's the QA bot. There it is. We have the shoes on. Yes, we have the shoes on. And who wants me to take off everything but the shoes? Anybody want me to do that? We have to appear presentable. We have to make sure that we are the posh society that they require. Down here, I think. I'm being slapped by someone. I'm not sure. Oh, that's a cool hat. Oh, that's an umbrella. Damn! Oh, well. This way, this way. Yes, sorry. You actually mentioned that a few times, Inamisho. I was gonna do them on another character. Because those are the super tutorial things, right? This is how the game functions quest, if those are the ones I'm thinking about. If so, those are awesome, and honestly should probably be mentioned as a separate positive. I'm going to jot down that right now so I don't forget. Alright. Dress shoes, fancy dress shoes, an adventurer wearing fancy dress shoes. Well, those are some fancy dress shoes. Woo! We're talking with Ishtola, of course. She admires our magical aptitude. Milvib likes what she sees too.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, join me now in honoring this man for his services to our great nation. May the navigator guide and protect him on his journey, till sea swallows all.
Guardians of the Galaxy, you got it, Knock Loose. Thank you. Nope, she pronounced it, US Corp. Melvib. That's how she pronounced it. That's what we're going to say from now on.
These pirates you encountered with the tattooed faces, they call themselves the Serpent Reavers. Their ranks are formed of cutthroats and madmen who have pledged themselves body and soul to the primal Leviathan. From what we have gathered, they sought to swell their numbers by spiriting away any soul unfortunate enough to cross their path.
I think that is the actress for Flemma. Or not Flemma, sorry, for the woman Knight Commander in Meredith. Isn't this Meredith's actress? I think. 'Cause I know it's not Kate Mulgrew. Yeah, I'm right. Yeah, we'll probably change our pronunciation once we hear it in After Heaven's Word.
I need not tell you the depth of the animosity between us and the Sahagin. How any seaman worth his salt could devote himself to the fishback's god is a question for a more temperate mind than mine. But, thanks to you, our citizens may once more go about their daily lives, safe in the knowledge that they will not be dragged into the darkness by those execrable curs.
Such an extraordinary glow.
She is rather taken with us.
This is one of the crystals of light.
By the Navigator!
After our encounter with the Gubu, you had a vision, did you not? Of a towering crystal. You bathed in her light.
Yashtola's conclusion is clear, and I see no reason to doubt it. You are the vessel of a higher power. This being from your vision was the Mother Crystal. Your description matches what little we know of her. And if she has chosen you, then your deeds may yet shape the fate of nations, as once did the deeds of the Warriors of Light. Know you the tale? Like you, they were not of these lands, yet they fought to protect us all against the corruption of the Primals. When the Garlean Empire began its conquest of the realm, these heroes joined the Grand Companies and helped reforge the Eorzean Alliance. And at the Battle of Cartano, they took the field beneath our banners to fight for everything we hold dear. It was on that day, in the midst of that hell, that we lost them. Every soul who survived that battle will never forget how it was to fight beside them. We are proud to call them our comrades. Yet whenever we try to shout their names, the sound dies in our throats. And whenever we strain to see their faces with our mind's eye, naught but their shadows appear to us, set against a blinding light. Ask any true Eorzean who knew them, and the story will be the same. It is for this reason that we call them the Warriors of Light. When I look upon you, I cannot help but be reminded of them. Keep that crystal safe.
But I don't have any pockets. Sorry.
In time, I believe the Mother Crystal will make clear her reasons for bestowing it upon you. Heed well her words, adventurer, for it is Hydaelyn herself who speaks.
Flames to the fore! Victory belongs to the bold! Show those Imperial whore sons what we're made of!
Oh my god, that's the weirdest one of all. Hearing Roban.
The left flank buckles. Divert the barracudas. Bid them hold that position, though it cost them their lives.
The yellow serpents are in need of succor. Pray, send the white wolves to their aid. The adventurers risk life and limb for our cause. We must not fail them.
Is aught amiss?
No, it is nothing.
There's just some weird cloaked figure watching one of the most devastating battles in our known history.
Bloody hells! The barrier won't go down so easily! Eyes forward!
We are being watched.
Raging Bull, calling Bloodthorn! Bloodthorn, respond! Respond, damn you! Ah!
Raging Bull, this is Mad Snake. Respond.
Ryder, this is Raging Bull. What news?
We're surrounded by a blaze. There is no way out. Gods preserve, what is that thing?
What's going on? Speak to me!
Gods damn it! We cannot hold much longer.
Mad Snake! Mad Snake! Answer me!
They like the references.
Damn it! Damn it all to the seventh hell!
What of the barracudas? Can they not be reached?
Sorry, Admiral. Shell's not working.
What of our own?
I cannot say, my lady. That monstrosity appears to be disrupting our communications.
We must keep trying. Call till they respond.
Yes, my lady.
Admiral, General, we can do no more. We must give the order to withdraw.
I will not forsake Louis Soir!
General, please. Victory may belong to the bold, but there will be no victor this day. You know this to be true. Let us not sacrifice lives in vain. The adventurers fight bravely, but to no avail. Let them withdraw, and let us be the ones to stand with Louis Soir.
Belay previous orders. All Maelstrom units are commanded to fall back, effective immediately.
Almost all of them, Carwelas. Especially Louis Soir. I hope you caught that name in there. I think that's the first or second time they've mentioned his name in the actual narrative.
Give the foreign levy priority. Let the main host cover their retreat and bring up the rear.
Can I interrupt really quick to mention something? Forgive me for dissecting this cutscene, even though it's kind of a job. Obviously, the voice acting kind of sucks, to be completely blunt. But did you notice that the construction of this scene is interesting? Raban is clearly established as being a hothead who A-moves his way through victory. Kane isn't even a military commander at all, but she is observant. And the one actually giving real orders and real maneuvers to real units is her. Melvib. Or however they pronounce it later. And I mention this because even right here, they do a good job of distinguishing the three city leaders amongst themselves. The voice acting doesn't carry that. But, yeah, she's the military commander, he's a soldier, and Kane is, well, she's a mage. Like a sage, actually. Not the class, but, you know, the concept of it.
Damn it! Relay the order. All flames are to withdraw. I don't care if our link cells are useless. You still have a working pair of legs, don't you? Well, use them, you bloody half-wit!
By the way, don't mistake me. I like all three of these characters. It's just, I like how distinguished they are, too, at least early on.
The outcome of this battle was long since decided. Better to retreat now than risk a massacre. This dark, stifling presence. Who or what? We go to take our place beside Archon Louisois. To your positions.
I would agree with that, Alex.
Kasbamul, Soginin Moise Donzul.
English, please.
Logalo, Asawad Deken Bet Mubut. Imarat Way, Kiskatoga Hats Wadadorns. Sisnigem, Fistun the only Lamrai Sadai Dorn.
I think they're evil. Thank you, Camper. I'll put that towards the FF6 Pixel Remaster, or I will not be modding the font. Alright, whose room are we in? Hey, Bateron. I believe it's an actual conlang. It keeled over in the middle of the banquet. Apparently I'm too heavy to carry. Yeah. So, we haven't really talked about the Garlemald yet, the Garleans, the Garlemald Empire. We will definitely talk about them more. They're pretty relevant throughout the course of the story. But I'm bringing them up now because it's just something I want you to keep in mind. You've already seen Dalamud descend. You've already seen Bahamut emerge from Dalamud. And you already saw Bahamut Shrek half the terrain, right? What's really interesting about that is that battle, the Battle of Curtino, was never going to end in victory for the Eorzean Alliance. Now, there's a lot of nuance to this, because this is a well-written story for the most part, but let's be very clear. The Eorzeans, if the Garleans really coordinated, organized, and came in force, they would crush Eorzea. One of the biggest reasons why they usually don't is usually they only send 1 or 2, or I think 5 is actually the most they've ever sent, battalions, legions, at a time, which is not much. And as we'll see throughout the ARR story, 1 legion is actually sufficient to contest all 3 city-states. Anyways. So. Now, Obviously, I took off my clothes because it's funny. But hang on. There's another reason I did it, too. You see this button? It's called Recommended Gear. This is an awesome button. Now, it only checks for item level, I think. But, boop. And now we have our best gear equipped. It's a wonderful button. Highly recommend it. Anyways. Get out of here. Now, unfortunately, my answer to you is I'm not 100% sure, Corwillis, which is why I didn't give a clear answer just now. Damn. Well, I'm being punched. Oh my god, there's jiggle physics. I didn't actually know that. Of course, I've actually never played a female character in this game either. Don't worry, we will tomorrow. Just for you. I think you're right, Rex, but again, I don't know for total certainty. Pseudo lore run, so that's why I'm kind of hedging on that. Yes, let me in. Don't worry, we don't need to put on our boots this time. Ah, good to see you on your feet. Are you recovered? Let's see, I have a task for you. Oh, cool, Blade Turbo. I have penned a letter to each of my counterparts in the Eorzean Alliance. Ah, this is the tour, I believe. I'm pretty sure we're going to see airships at this point. So the Battle of Cartano and the calamity that claimed countless lives. It has been 5 years since those of us who were spared dragged ourselves from the ashes to look upon an Eorzea we scarcely knew. 5 years, and yet the people still suffer. Their lives are fraught with worry and hardship, and the warriors of light who might have once given hope are gone. See, I love that quote. You know, we must press on regardless. We will never truly do so, however, till we have faced our past. I'm proposing a memorial service be held on the 5th anniversary of the Battle of Cartano. Go to the other cities. So yeah, story-wise, this is arguably the first real step of the three city-states really reaching out to formalize more normalized contact with each other. Trade, alliance, military interaction, etc. It's not like they're on bad terms, but after the Battle of Cartano, they kind of went off to do their own things. As you've already seen. So, let's go ahead and try to connect a little bit more. It was, Alex. It even made the Garleans back off. Yes, I have flattered you enough. Thank you, Merlin. Yeah, Ishgard we'll get to. Because Ishgard is actually another city-state. Normally when I use the phrase city-states, I am referring to the three. But there is also Ishgard, and actually there's more than that, too. But we'll get there. Charlene used to be one. No Endwalker spoilers, please. Did the original FF11... Oh my god, there's people punching me. Did the original FF11 players have to create new characters for ARR? Yeah, FF14 was a different game. So you had to make new characters for the same reason you would between playing EverQuest and EverQuest 2. There's no actual connection there. Other than the title. Where am I going? Back up? Where that is. You know what? I'm actually going to chop off here. We're actually already 3 minutes over when I was supposed to chop off. And I feel like someone has been running tank treads over my head. So I'm going to wander over here. We go up so I don't have to load this area. Get out of this nonsense. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will be continuing. We will probably, very, very likely, be finishing up the Limsa Lominsa chain, and we will go ahead and start the Gridania chain. And to answer your question very quickly, whoever asked that, Horient, yes, once again, FF14 1.0 and FF14 ARR were completely separate games. So you got bonuses for being in there. You got like a special cutscene and people talk to you differently. And you got like a chocobo and like a outline. I forget the whole list, but you still had to make a new character. Anyways, I'm going to bed. I do hope you've been enjoying. I really do. I'll see you next time.